Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANs plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
and welcome friends, neighbors, citizens of the universe, agents of peace. We welcome you to the Keshe American Knowledge Team. I'm privileged and humbled to be your host. I'm Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skorick and many other knowledge seekers from different parts of the world. This is our weekly program, and today's date is March 26, 2023. This is a roundtable meeting. Everyone has a microphone. No one is above anyone else here, and no one is below anyone else. We're all equal. So we're all invited to throw our hat in the ring, so to speak, and make a comment. If you hear something you don't understand or want clarification, we're always willing to help. So we just want to welcome you and share what's going on within the Keshe Foundation, and again, with world leaders, with feeding programs, with energy programs, wellness programs, and so many other things that most of us have never seen or heard of before. The technology is very, very advanced compared to what we're doing in our tabletops. But Mr. Keshe is offering these things in the store of the Keshe Foundation until we learn ourselves how to do it. And we're all capable of transmutation. This is what Christ showed us. We're all capable of zero-time communication. We're all capable of feeding ourselves. We're all capable of generating energies. We're probably the biggest field generators walking around on this planet, even though most of us, including myself, don't have the full realization of that yet. But we're learning step by step. Mr. Keshe is taking us, again, not to cause any mayhem or disruption to the current structures on this planet, but to bring us step by step into a peaceful path so that we can then join with the universal community, which is from the same creator as we are. It's just our lack of understanding of this process of creation and the creation of the creator. And as he likes to say, the creator is you. He often quotes from the holy book, "I made the man in the image of myself." Not with the two arms and the two legs, but you're made out of the fields of the essence of the soul of the creator. So we're very privileged even to be in and around this knowledge. As I said, many, many people don't have the field strength, as we know from our friends and neighbors when we go to talk to them. Some are open, and you may just plant a seed and you may open a new dimension, but many of them, they don't seem to get it right away. But what's going to happen with showing what the doctors are doing in Linz, the feeding programs, as I said, transmutation is coming up very shortly. And of course, the huge gifts that are being given to China. And that is for them to help deliver this peaceful package of feeding and transportation and so many other things on this planet for all of us. And not only mankind, as he said, we think it's only about us, but it's about the plants and the trees and the cats and the lions and all the rest of the creation here that are also doing much of the killing and eating, as we know. I don't know if anyone would like to bring any thoughts up at this point in time, but we're all welcome to. As I said, it's a round table and everyone has a microphone, and just respect the others. Keep it closed when you're not speaking. I thought we'd cover some parts of the workshop as we usually do. Again, it's so intensive, and there's so much knowledge in every paragraph, every sentence Mr. Keshe delivers. And I think we get to understand that more and more the further you go into this knowledge. And again, it's not so strange to your soul. This is the way the soul operates, or what we call the energy package. And we're just trying to elevate the soul of physicality, as I understand it. And this is where most of the misfunction sits in this. We've often heard the lion and the lamb to eat and sleep in the same nest. Well, you can refer to your soul as the lamb, and the lion would be your soul of physicality. Your soul's already perfect as the creator is perfect, and now we just need to improve, elevate this soul of physicality, which we've done with some of the prophets of old. Apparently, they were in a position that they need soul elevation, from Moses to Christ to Muhammad to Buddha. They're in some sort of predicament, and we're hoping to elevate them. And by their elevation, they'll reach their representatives here on Earth and cause them to take another path in a way. I know Mr. Keshe talked about having a conference, maybe another peace blueprint day, and he was talking about it. I think they'll start organizing it in a few months to bring all the religious leaders together at the Temple of Mitra. And I believe that would be in Iran. So we'll have to see who shows up and who doesn't. But I think that'll go on in the future. He also went quite a bit into depth with Jefferson's question that was asked about this pedophilia and abuse of women and trafficking of people and so on, which is going to be taught to the children. I think he said from June on, how they could actually move their soul and take their physicality out of these situations. So again, a very profound workshop. It was the 478th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And as you might imagine, there are 477 other Knowledge Seekers Workshops, plus the books that Mr. Keshe has written you'll find on Amazon. Many papers are also offered. So there is such a huge amount of knowledge, and we need to be humble to receive it. And if no one has any thoughts or questions, I thought as we have been in the past, this is what's being offered by the Keshe Foundation as the World Peace Treaty. And I asked Mr. Keshe directly one time if this is the treaty that the world leaders would sign, the religious leaders would sign, the industrialists and the rest of us. And he said, yes, this is the document. It's a very simple document. Normally we start out by reading it, that we all get on the same page in a way. But you can find it on the Keshe Foundation and print it out, or just sign it with the pen in your soul. You don't physically have to sign it. And many people think when I hand them this, it's for them to sign it. I said, no, it's between you and your soul, because it's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving will create this position of change. So once we start to all learn to give and direct our energies in a certain way, and I know this is a message for the Universal Council that Mr. Keshe has delivered, that things would change quite rapidly when we start working in this energy dimension, rather than trying to do it in the physicality, which takes a lot of work. So this is the World Peace Treaty, and normally we start out by reading it. Is there anyone who would like to read the World Peace Treaty? I'm sure you've all read it before. I don't think the plants and animals will be signing the World Peace Treaty, but the rest of us will. And they have the ability to elevate as well. I know in I think it was probably 476, he said we could teach a dog to become a man. And again, many of these things seem far-fetched to us because we don't understand everything that's going on. We've been so connected to the physicality that this energy dimension is quite strange. But as we know, you're experiencing this energy dimension every time you go to sleep and you have a dream. Your soul is actually traveling across the universe, interacting, or even in a daydream. So we're already using many of these things, but we're not fully aware of it. Okay, the World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the Earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with R, and you can delete as appropriate. Whether you're signing for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your body, or your soul. Simply put your name there, your signature, date, position, on behalf of, again, the nation, the territory, the council, the religion, the city, the town, or the individual. Have it witnessed, simply again, a name, a signature, and a date, and the position held. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And we know many of those other beauties were in war against basically the vertical and horizontal people, or what we call food. Mr. Keshe refers to them as people. The vertical people are the plants and the trees, and of course the horizontal people would be the dog or the cat, the lamb, the cow, and so on. But we seem to be addicted to killing and eating them, and this is one of the main points Mr. Keshe has been stressing as of late, and before in many of the older teachings, but I don't think we fully understood. We have to move this killing out of the structure of the man for us to go into space. And of course, you'll probably be much healthier with all the things that are being put in the foods, and probably many things that we don't even know are being put in there. But the main reason is that it's not acceptable to here or in space, and this will come eventually on this planet to all the citizens here, maybe faster than we can even imagine, to take another entity's energy to sustain our own. And this is not an acceptable practice here or in space. And this is what we're learning to do, is to feed ourselves. Again, I mentioned the Creator said, I made the man in the image of myself, and he doesn't eat at Burger King. The Creator doesn't have pizza, he absorbs fields. And we're already doing that. 80% of our energy is coming from the absorption of fields, which was a new revelation to myself as well. I always thought all the food you take comprised all your energies, but the body is working and converting energies day and night. So 80% of it is coming in from the universe already. We're only 20% short. And we're short because there was a wrong streak in the soul that created this planet and left the rest of its creation short, trying to keep us connected. We'll hear a little bit about that before we go into the Dome of Peace. But this is the World Peace Treaty. Feel free to sign it with the pen of your soul, and give it to others so they can. Many people are wishing for peace, but they're sort of too timid to think or believe it could even be possible with everything they see in the newspapers or on television or the chatter from their friends and neighbors. It always seems another war. And again, we've had quite a history in the last 3,000 years of 5,000 wars on this planet, just between the human beings. And then we look at the animals in the sea, the fish, and so on. They're in the same position. They're killing every day, unfortunately. But they're going to also become elevated and be able to absorb energies where they'll swim by another fish that they normally eat, or the lion will walk by the lamb, and the lamb will not fear it, as Mr. Keshe said in this workshop near the end. So we are bringing the lion and the lamb together, literally bringing them together, but also within our own structure, the soul of the man with the soul of physicality, into sort of this one entity. Even though they're separate, they're working together, and the soul of physicality is just as correct as the soul of the man, which is perfect. So this is part of the work of the Keshe Foundation, and I believe we're going to be moving this knowledge out into space, and some will participate in that process of sort of unifying the unicos, as Mr. Keshe said. I don't know how long that will take, if it'll be a short process, but many of these processes are not day jobs. We like to have things done at the push of a button, so on and so forth, like we do with the computer. But I know he's mentioned that about the world leaders. It's a long-term commitment. And the Apparently, the system in Linz is going to be open on different times for you to interact with the world leaders, as well as perhaps some additional feeding time. Gail has put in here, European summertime has started. Yes, that is correct. We're all back in sync again. Sometimes it causes a little bit of confusion. Anyone want to add anything about any of the experiences they've had? I know I am still between 3 and 9. I'm doing my feeding now. I've reduced it again down to maybe 1.5 meals to 2 per day. So we've reduced it by about a third. But of course, the other part of it, it's just not stopping eating. It's to learn how to absorb energies and convert them, and so that you have the energy you need. And we'll go to Mr. Keshe, what he said here when he talked about this survey. And one of the points that many people noticed in dining with the creator, which of course is you, that they had a huge amount of salivating in their mouth. And this is not just saliva. It's not saliva at all. He said it's plasmatic water that's already been converted. But through your emotions, you can change the salinity in that water or in that saliva, that you can then absorb different energies about whatever you're imagining you're taking in. This is just my understanding of it, but it seems to work. And the salivating is still continuing from time to time. You can also connect with the system in Linz, and you can also actually order a nutrition program from the Keshe Foundation, which is being offered in the store, and perhaps we'll cover that. But let's hear Mr. Keshe mention, again, he said now we can see that the systems actually do interact with people. And of course, he's going to take that from feeding into wellness, into transmutation and other things. He's also mentioned there's openings for 100 people to go into sort of a quick 5-week program and being processed, I think, remotely with the system in Linz. And no matter what condition I think you have. Of course, the implants are an impediment at this time. If you have an artificial knee or hip, I guess at this point in time, it wouldn't be compatible with the system. But I know Mr. Keshe said in the future, they'd be able to isolate certain parts of the structure of the man and allow people with these sort of impediments or hips, whatever they have, to be able to go into the system. And now we know we only need one system in Linz, but I think we'll still see some, probably in Arizona, Canada. I know we'll see something down in Uruguay, Mexico, and so many of the nations will have certain systems. But Mr. Keshe is saying all you need is a headphone. Even with the children that are being abused, he said, have them listen on the headphone, and they'll understand or start to understand how to move their soul and move their physicality out of harm's way. So again, a phenomenal understanding. He said June, he would start teaching the children about this. We can hear a part of that, but it's rather lengthy. But let's just go to the salinity or the saliva, what many people experience in dining with the creator. Feel free to stop it at any point, or if you have a question at any time or want to raise a comment. Again, no one's above anyone here and no one's below anyone here. We're all equal. And this is a big point Mr. Keshe is stressing.
The most important thing for us was, does our system interact in the mass numbers? Because we have a reason to understand. And the beauty with this is that if we can interact with you by food in mass, can we interact with you by food for your energy? Can we interact for your wellness? Can we interact with you for creating conditions of transmutation and transportation together? And this was one of the very first trials that we looked at this and how it is, and to take any ambiguity away from the whole process. how many people who actually went through the 19th of February session and the following 2 weeks, how did they feel? What was the feeling? And there were 8 common questions between them, which we wanted to know. And we explored to understand these, what we call answers. What does it bring to us? How does it allow us to expand our knowledge? How do we see and how can we go further in understanding of the totality of the whole structure? Does the human race, would the human race comply with the what we call the standard pattern of what we wanted to do? And what can we understand from this? One of the first questions we asked is, did you salivate during the session? Which means, did you create water? Because this water we produce creates a salinity which decides what energy we absorb from the environment. We have this, as you can see on the statistics, we went to 79 out of 80. We took a screenshot of 69 people voting while it was going on. And we see about 75% did, which means the system has a capability to trigger the brain of the man to produce water. But most of the water which you produce at this moment through the interaction of the plasma is a plasmatic water. And it's different than the water you drink. It's already converted into a plasma. Saliva is different than water, which means it's a combination of interaction of the fields because it's already is within your structure. And this structure allows us to see how you feed yourself, how you absorb energy. When you have a dry mouth, you absorb different energy from the environment when you have a saliva, or what we call salivation in your mouth. Totally different kind of energy is absorbed. That's why we drink water. When we drink water, drink is not the saliva, it's a different structure, it's a different plasma, because it just entered, it has not been converted. And it was important for us to see that you actually create that water in your body. And we see the same thing in the lungs. When the condition of the lung changes, we collect water in it. We create the moisture of the lung. And if we change the breathing technique, we can get the lungs flooded or different kind of energy absorbed. This question was very vital because if we can get you to create saliva, we can get you to create different salinities to absorb different energies. So in the coding of the plasma, we can create a condition that you create a saliva for chips. We can create a saliva to absorb the energy of an apple. Scientifically, this is a huge answer for us. But
so that was it. Jalal, I see you said yes. Is there something you wanted to bring in here? Or were you just saying yes to the European summertime, perhaps? Or maybe he's not close to the microphone at this point. But it shows that the system can interact with a large number of people. And what's going to happen here is they're going to move it from 100 probably to 1,000 and then 10,000. And then in China, he said, we're going to feed 1.4 billion people without any food on the plate. Now, again, that may come in time. And then, of course, he said we can extend this right across the universe exponentially by a factor of 1.4 billion. So this is how many entities or citizens we can reach across the universe. I don't know how many citizens are in the universe, but creation has been going on for a long time at this point. So that was, he also said, now we know whether you're in the desert or whether you're in a disaster area or whether you're in deep space, we can provide water to you. And this is all, again, to teach us what we can do ourselves. Eventually, the training wheels will be taken off, but that will happen when you're ready for it. I know Mr. Keshe said a lot of the systems he makes, he follows up with them sometimes later on, and they said, oh, I stopped using the system. I don't know why I stopped using the system. And Mr. Keshe said, that's because you didn't need it anymore. The body already knew whatever needed to be balanced or improved or corrected was done. So this will be the same with the systems, the headphones, and so on. And that may be quite a time, but again, it may not be. But this is where we're heading. And of course, there were a number of questions, 7 or 8 or 6. I'm not sure how many questions were on there, but it looked like Mr. Keshe was very pleased that man is ready to move to the next step. And this is, again, a number of steps. This ladder has thousands of steps. And if we go too fast, it's not good. He said, slowly, slowly, we're moving you forward. And now China is becoming part of this peace movement with advanced technology, with energy technology, with feeding technology, and probably a few other technologies that we're not aware of. But he said most of these man has not even seen, let alone understand them. But I think this will start to be revealed, and it will be a good tool for President Xi and the government of China to implement. And I think Erm was saying they put it into the Constitution, but they put it into the 5-year economic plan. But then Mr. Keshe said they also added it to something else, and I'm not sure. And hopefully they'll give the right answers and stick to their agreements. Otherwise, Mr. Keshe said we'll pull back, as he did with one of his papers there when it was submitted to the British Astronomical Society. He had to withdraw the paper because it was being copied or abused, or something wasn't exactly right about it. Okay, he's going to, if you have any thoughts, again, feel free to open up. He's talking about having another world peace conference, I believe, and he said they would start in the next few months gathering the world leaders. I think this is the part I'm going to just move this up a little bit to, let's see, right about maybe here we can start.
As of the deliberation and sharing testimonials was, have you learned anything about yourself? Has he brought you closer to know yourself? And we see 93 people.
Okay, he's going to finish these 2 questions here, and then he'll go in at about 6 more minutes into the conference, I believe, of the world religious leaders.
Percent of the people say yes. Means we are ready to explore another dimension in our lives. We are ready to understand that there is another way. I can have energy. I can feel better. I don't have to kill for it. And okay, if you've got a body that you're worried about it, I can lose weight as well. That brings me another satisfaction. And it brings me to the point of understanding me, myself more. But this has a very, very fundamental question mark in front of it. If we provide you the food online, we provide you the necessities for a wellness of your body and life, would you get cancer? Because now, in knowing yourself better, emotionally you are more stable. Would we see any more the extent and the number of psychosomatic illnesses we see? Or would we see a long life without pain? Because don't forget, at a point when you know more about yourself, you are more happy about your condition, the more illnesses you pick up, the more disbalances in the structure of physicality you create, you call illness. And if you learn it, it helps you. If it's just there because it happens, it's just another noise and the distance tools. The most important question for us, which was the totality of the whole research or this exercise, was,
And of course, we've been taught that most of the illnesses are created out of fields, out of emotions. We're actually converting fields or energies of certain wrong things into actual physical conditions that cause us a demise. And that's why Mr. Keshe said the ethos of Mitra is very important about thinking good, speaking good, and doing good. But most of the illnesses are creating matter out of fields. So it's a point that others have written about, but it's not understood at all by the medical community. Many times, as he said, they call it psychosomatic conditions, or you don't really have something because we can't find something there. They call it psychosomatic, but many of these conditions are created out of our psyche, in a way, out of our emotions. And that converts over time energies into fields. Sometimes it's a slow process and sometimes it's a quicker process. But this is the idea of converting energies into illnesses, which and he said 90% of those, more or less, are created this way. So if we care about the others and so on, and less about our own physicality, you'll probably live a healthier, longer, happier life.
would you give up or share your soul for another soul to live, elevate, exist, become higher than your soul? A couple of people did not understand the question when he went through. If we would have put those in, we would have gone to about 95%. And this is the attributes of Creator, to give unconditionally, even if it means others become better than me. In the level of the soul of the man, there is no jealousy, there is no hierarchy. In the world of physicality, jealousy is a backbone of existence of many people, most of crimes. And this shows mankind is ready to become man of universe. Take the pains of physicality from me. I am there to give unconditionally. We see the white light, we see the freedom when we enter the kingdom of the Creator at the point of the departure from physicality, we call that. Because everything else for our existence is provided from the fields of His existence. We don't have restaurants and cafeterias in the universe for people to come and eat. We don't have hospitals, we have no prisons, and we have no mental institutes. We have no fuel station, and for sure there are no Arabs to open all wells of soul. Now you understand what we brought you in as dining with the Creator was, in fact, understanding the essence of the soul of the Creator, which is you, and how much the mankind is ready to move on. If we put the same questions to the world leaders tomorrow, do you think they'll give up the seat of presidency, ambassadorship, and kingship for the others to exist? Or have they become a special breed of selfish, totally selfish people? Change anything as long as I'm called the boss. As long as I can bend the rule for me, for others to listen and become called it the power. There is no house of power, there is no parliament, and there is no senate, and there are no judges in the universe for you to become the king and senator of the earth. It will be interesting to see when we have a number of world leaders tomorrow and ambassadors and religious leaders with us in the session. You will not know them. And for security reasons, we disguise them. But amongst you tomorrow will be world leaders, the soul of world leaders, and some of the religious leaders. And we shall see. As I said in a very, very recent talk in the past few days, it's just about to come to what I call head-on conclusion.
Now, Mr. Keshe said that we had to be careful not to be addicted to power when we meet with the world leaders. I didn't see any sort of sign of that anywhere from anyone. I don't know what he actually meant by that. I know it's a long haul process. It's not a day job, but he said we needed to be careful about becoming addicted to power by meeting with the world leaders. Anyone have any thought about that? And of course, none of the ambassadors that I'm aware of opened their mic, or any world leaders announced themselves that they were there. But there was something he said to caution about that. Okay, let's continue.
Mark,
see,
I had a
Yes,
thought.
yes. Go right
My
ahead.
thought on that was just many people, when they think of the world leaders and all the bad that they have done to others because of their quest for power, they feel like they're better than, or would like some type of retribution over them, and so forth and so on. And I think maybe that is a form of wanting power as well, where we just need to realize that all souls are equal. They will get their own, and even desiring that they get their own, we just have to wish that their souls are elevated, and that's it, so that they can be part of what we are a part of. Those are my thoughts.
Yeah, so I shouldn't brag that I was rubbing elbows with the world leaders last Friday, right?
Or trying to correct them.
Yes, it's about giving, apparently, as he keeps with the dining with the Creator. The giving part worked better than trying to take food off the table of the Creator. Anyone else have a thought on that? Did anyone feel more powerful because they were with the world leaders, or anything? I didn't notice anything like that come in, at least with myself. And there were souls there as well, not only the ones that were appearing, I think, in the physicality, but Mr. Keshe said he was going to bring in the souls of certain world leaders and maybe religious leaders too. So they could have been there, but on the energy level rather than in their physicality. I think this is where he comes into the part about the conference coming up they're going to organize.
The
Mark, I
unification
just
of
had a thought. Sorry.
I'll just back it up. It's okay.
Yeah. I had a thought about the last part where everybody had not all, had a confusion. And, when it says here, become higher than your soul, that is sort of because all souls are equal. And there's a little confusion there for me. I wonder if anybody else was thinking about that. Thanks.
Well, I was thinking of the example of the airliner that crashed in New York where the woman, I guess the window, it didn't crash, but the window blew out and her body got sucked into that window and I guess just stayed there. She did die, but she saved all the others. Now, the soul knew what was going to happen, but yet she still boarded the plane and she was still there, maybe her physicality. So I think that's an example of that, perhaps. Would you give up or share your soul for another soul to live? And what she did was she saved, I don't know, 100 people. How many were on that airline? To live, elevate, exist, become higher than your soul.
That's the part that I'm questioning. Become higher than your soul. I don't think so. But that's just my question. I thought all souls were equal.
All souls are equal, but they aren't all in the same position at the same time. Some are ready for to go. Mr. Keshe has talked about when we die, when we're released from the body, some souls become a part of something bigger. Other souls are ready to become stars. So are they not equal, or are they just in a different position? And we need to distinguish between that. And so obviously all souls are equal, morally speaking, but they're not all in the same position or able to do the same things at the same time, perhaps. Does that make any sense?
Or have more energy?
More energy, more understanding. I don't know the proper term, but would you be willing to give your energy such that one could maybe do something that you could not? It's not a matter of being better than, just a different function, a different possibility.
Yes, a different kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right, and he did mention, oops, we have a mic getting feedback. About when you come to that final separation, it's not only the soul that decides that, he said, but the final separation where your soul separates and becomes part of the totality. Now, maybe some people have already reached that point where they're willing to give up their soul, that others can feed on it, take the knowledge from it, and so on, as I understand it. You still exist, but you're part of the totality when you make that final separation from the soul and the soul of physicality. Again, it could be 1,000,000 years, 1,000,000,000 years, 10 billion years, whatever you decide. But eventually he said that you'd come to this separation point, and it's not only for the soul to decide when that happens, that the others can elevate from all the work and energies that you've accumulated and share with all of the creation. Anyone else want to add anything? Again, it's pretty far from where we're at. We're just trying to take care of ourselves. But again, that's the wrong way to approach things. We're always worried about our family, ourselves, our cars, our homes, and so on. We don't think much about the others or even the other entities, such as the vertical or the horizontal people. We're coming to a more sobering understanding of this creation, and that all the souls are equal. It doesn't matter if it's a mosquito, a ladybug, or a tree. But we've only really looked at it as mankind, but he's taking us into a bigger understanding of this equality or being equal.
And some of the religious leaders. And we shall see. As I said in a very, very recent talk in the past few days, it's just about to come to what I call head-on conclusion. We see the unification of the churches and the mosques, unification of religious groups in different parts of Western Europe, where rabbis try to talk to the priests and the Muslims and the rest. What the Keshe Foundation has called for in the past few days, and now we bring it to open, is that we have requested and we have asked, and the Keshe Foundation will bring in the first meeting of the world religious leaders. We have kicked this into process, and it will take us a few months to reach, where we have asked, with the present situation which is risen in Middle East with Iran, and upcoming meetings and opening of the embassies in different places within different nationalities, the meeting of the world religious leaders in the house of Temple of Mitra in Iran. We have asked for the head of Zoroastrian in Iran to attend the meeting. We asked for the two heads of the Jewish religion, which each one takes 6 months ruling in Israel, to attend to the temple. We asked for the head of Islamic world of Shia, Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran, to attend, the same as the head of the Sunni sect of Islam. The two heads of Vatican and Church of England, the representative of Baha'i faith in Haifa in Israel, the head of Buddhist, Taoism, Sikhs and Hindus, to meet in the Temple of Mitra, where the original religion of man is started. And see if amongst them they find a common denominator as Mitra, and amongst them they find that the religions have no space to be different but the path to the Creator. If the way we bring the head of top 20 power generators of the economy, or G7 and G9, see if we can bring the 12 R's, the religions together, the 12 disciples, and see how they interact, and with them bring other sects of their own path. And shall we see if Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran stands ahead of Pope from Vatican, would the highest man in the temples of Buddhism sees himself higher than the others, or Would we bring the unification of the religions? And would the whole structure accept to meet with their creator? Come from the religious leaders, in a way, the heads, not just delegations. Would it bring the change in the dimension of humanity? Tomorrow, we'll summon some of these religious leaders as they are in power of the corridors of the power as the heads of their own state into this meeting.
So it looks like the same process is going on with the world religious leaders. As Mr. Keshe has told us, they're more or less businessmen, but they're dressed up in the frock of the church, the temple, and whatever else you may have. They're mostly businessmen. That was a revelation to me. I thought they were really playing that, but they're more or less business people dressed up as religious people. Not all of them, of course, but he's talking, I think, the heads and the very top levels of these things. So this has gone on before, and it will continue to go on. We've had peace conferences before. Maybe now they're more attuned and ready to interact and, as he said, take off the frock, or no need to hide behind the beard anymore. They could shave it off. Any thoughts by anyone? Otherwise, we'll go to our next point of interest. And again, there's so much in this workshop. We encourage everyone. And it's not easy keeping up with what Mr. Keshe is delivering. But I think there's more going on than just the words. As he said, I don't teach with telegrams and Zoom meetings and blackboards and whiteboards and so on. I teach through the soul. So just listening to what Mr. Keshe has to say here, even though we're hearing it as words, there's something going on in the background much deeper, much more profound. And I think some of us are aware of that. And whether you're aware of it or not, I believe it's happening if you want to receive it. Again, we don't force anyone to understand or take any knowledge. It's up to them. Mr. Keshe says, I'm the Mekti for myself and no one else, or the promised one, he says, who's going to unite the languages and the nations. He says, I'm the Mekti for myself, no one else. So you're your own Mekti. And this is what Christ showed us, which we all missed, including myself, that he actually walked off the cross and saved himself. And of course, they turn that all around to say he died for you and you have to accept his sacrifice. And the whole thing was turned around in so many ways. But this, what Christ showed, was the transmutation. And of course, that's why Mary didn't recognize him in the tomb or the cave when he appeared. Because when you transmute, apparently you look slightly different, or could be profoundly different, but it's the same soul and the same soul of physicality. So he spoke to Mary about a few things or places they had been together, and that's when probably no one else knew those things. And especially looking at a stranger, wondering, how could this person know? I've never seen this particular person before, but that's when she knew. And she said, yes, you are the Christ. And this is the way that we'll do it as well. Okay, I think if no one has any comments on it, we'll go to our next short clip. But then I was thinking that Jefferson asked a very important question, and it's about 25 minutes long on the answer, but I think it was very dear to Mr. Keshe's heart. It seemed like he wanted to convey something, especially about the children, the pedophilia, the abuse of women, which, again, we don't always see it. It's not really, we know about it, but you don't actually see what's going on. Even in South Korea, he said they have the best makeups so they can hide the abuse. So when they go out in public, apparently no one knows. But the idea of the pedophilia and everything else and trafficking in children and humans and so on has been going on much in the background. And a lot of it is not covered because of the fact that many of these are very important people. And many of them are not. They're just average people. But I think we're going to go to this spot and spend the next 20 minutes at this location. Let me just see if I have it here. We're going to go to 226-34. Let's just start it here. It's a huge problem, and I think Mr. Keshe said he's going to start teaching the children as perhaps even into June, where he's going to teach them how to move their soul out of harm's way, and the physicality will follow it. Again, I don't quite understand that. I'm not even really getting it so far, and we're going to start teaching children. Maybe they'll understand it and be able to do it because of the condition they're in and want to get out of it. But as a child, as you know, there's very little escape ways to do. Okay, here we go.
All to be with you all. And Mr. Keshe was reading one of your teachings very direct, and when you mentioned that the world peace would be achieved when we don't have any children abuse, children smuggling, and drugs cartels controlling the drugs and the traffic of it. Because even though that we don't have the so-called wars with the bullets or guns, we still have this kind of abuse that's unbearable. And we know they are created and they are maintained through the many of religions, leaders or others. Is there any possibility in the future that we can include this? I don't know if it's a elevation, but it's a fact. The children are suffering. Many children are suffering so many problems in the future that we look at the new generations. They are so beautifully done. And I brought this through our group already in the daily intentions, this topic. Maybe we could include it in our daily intentions. And that's, I would like to ask if is there any possibility that we can include this topic, because I think, and the way that I see it's so important
What topic?
for the world peace.
Now, again, this is a very long answer. He's going to explain some of the internal problems that the Keshe Foundation has had to deal with, or specifically Mr. Keshe and so on. Again, he went into quite a bit of detail about things going on in the background of the Keshe Foundation that most of us were not aware of. And this is about a 30-minute piece. It's a little difficult to believe, in a way, not to believe, but to think this was going on in the Keshe Foundation, and the foundation was being used for very wrong purposes. And Mr. Keshe had to, it took him a couple of years, I guess, to really deal with this situation, but he's put it in public here. And again, there's millions and millions of children in the same condition, and we read about it, we hear about it. We don't see a lot of it. Maybe you do. Again, every individual life is different, but Mr. Keshe is offering a solution to this condition for so many children. As Jefferson has said, is there something we can do? And here's his answer.
Sorry,
You're
Mr.
talking about child abuse? You're talking about the child abuse? Or you're
Yes,
talking about you see,
child
child abuse.
drug trafficking.
You see, child abuse is it's the way I've spoken about this before. They come in as to them as is their right, and everybody else. When you speak to a child abuser, it's and they see it as their right, and everybody else is wrong, and there's something wrong with you, and they cover it up in a very big way that you don't see it even you're in it. You don't see how they set it up around you, and it's the way of life to them. They're brought in it, they're grown in it, they're part of it, and they carry it on with their children, and they see it as their right. And when it comes to child trafficking or human trafficking, is the same. If a person who's getting trafficked knows about the technology, knows about the knowledge of the soul transmutation, will they be able to go transfer his body or traffic his body? You understand? This is part of the education will come in, even with the drug trafficking or with the drugs, abuse of the drugs in every shape or form. Years ago, if you go to news, you find it back 20, 25 years ago. I used to be part of the British customs, and part of my companies were involved in this massive jobs. And they found a large number of bodies in one container in one of the ports in England. And as my companies were set up to receive all sorts of things through customs, I was called by the customs as that one of the things coming to you is this vehicle. What do you want to do with it? We want nothing to do with it because it was used for evidence in the courts and the rest of it. I said, just crush it. Just crush the whole thing into a crusher. The pain in that box, the pain in that what you call system, which brought these bodies to the end, I feel the feel of their souls in. I don't want to be part of it. I don't want to go through the books of my company. At the end, with the British customs and government, we decided this container is going to be crushed. But how much money did they make out of this? And was the suffering of so many in a box worth it? What do we get with this knowledge? Would we come to the point that we can understand? You have access to a mobile phone, a child can move his soul and the physicality cannot be done, cannot be abused. And I brought my life to a big change because of this. But it took me time to set it out because it was woven into my life in a way I could never imagine. Because when you're in love, you don't see what the lover does to you. And you accept everything because that love is so important. Till your eyes you open up and you see why are all these things happening around me. And as you know, I made it very, very clear, especially recently, when you talk about the child abuse, when you talk about the child trafficking, the woman next to me for years you thought she is, and now I see around, is coming from the most notorious pedophile organization, families in Belgium. Notorious. She was brought up in it, and she brought other children into it. She trained her son to abuse her sibling. And it was all okay. Her brother rapes young boys frequently, and so the police find it the hand of an arm. All was hidden from me. And how we got involved, all these pedophiles around us, Red Circle, Sterling, and the rest, all brought in by her. To them, it's normal. Go to the village she comes from. They opened a pub called Charlie's Pub, and they trafficked children when the police raided in 1970s. She was put in custodial sentencing for bringing children, and there are other children on the list. When she comes into organization, she sells us server names and numbers and people who come in. 2 characters. I couldn't live with myself. It took me 2 years to get rid of this rot in the structure of the Keshe Foundation. And then she linked up with another well-known pedophile, as Jackie. He had to flee from Switzerland to Denmark for the police not to get the same as her brother did, escaping from Belgium to Thailand from the police. They bring their own people inside. When you're put into custodial sentencing in juvenile at the age of 13, you got to be well up in it. You got to be well up in it. Just go to the village of Zevenham and find out about this family in Belgium. The whole family has been into prison for child trafficking, for child abuse. People from South America have been found in the premises abusing children and sentenced and deported. I had to face this, and for it, find a solution for it. And then they said we were victim. Victim, yes, gone. Why your son, you taught your son to abuse her 2 siblings, that the father bans the child from coming ever to the house. When it's presented to us in a different way, we don't look at it, but when we sit out and we look at it, then we understand the truth. The woman next to me comes from the most notorious pedophile organization in the hand of the Belgian government together, because she has a thing. They used her to infiltrate, and they brought people in with her, and she claims I'm innocent. Going to prison, sentenced into prison for being part of the biggest criminal organization thieving in Belgium. Sentenced with the ex-husband together. A lot was covered up in different ways we couldn't see. Ask where is Jackie? He's in Denmark, because police of Switzerland were after him. Because linked up with my ex. And they were watching what's happening. That's why Keshe Foundation became so, we saw one pedophile after, because the head of the snake was sitting next to me. At age of 13, sentenced into juvenile prisons for being part of the most notorious pedophile family in Flanders. Just go find newspapers, courts, police station. We don't tell lies. But they see it as their right. And we don't understand it. And I always looked at how we can escape these people, how we can release people from this pain. Now with this new technology, we can. You teach children that they can, from childhood, that's why we said we're bringing a child teaching, how to elevate your soul that nobody can traffic your physicality. It'll come an end to it. A lot of you thought I just moved on. Took me 2 years from the Italian conference, second conference, when I found out what's happening around me. I set up without damaging the foundation to get rid of a snake. I can talk about it because the court case is finished. The whole structure is set up to deceive, and we are not. And it's no use finding how to not to traffic, is to start educating the children how to use their soul for the physicality not to be trafficked. How come we can send man to the moon? How can so many of you went to the moon? How come you're bringing people home and stay here? They can see whether. Why can't we do that with our children to teach them from childhood? With this technology, I bring an end into our trafficking, human trafficking. Just give them a pair of mobile phones. When I realized after Italian conference, when the head of a snake disappeared into another part of Europe for days, and then we found out, yes, it was connection, but Interpol informed me that the two snakes have met. They brought them into education of the Keshe Foundation. They brought them as the people who, what was it, free energy, Sterling used us to get marks. And I was wondering, how come these people always come to us? Now it's clear. A woman from childhood being involved in the most notorious family of pedophiles, bringing customers from South America and everywhere to Charlie's pub. Go and check. Go and talk to the people. You'll find out. When was raided, the father, the mother, the brothers, everyone went to the part of the structure, went to prison.
Okay, just to interject here, I remember seeing a video which has been taken off of YouTube, and it was by a Gold Shield detective in New York City. His name was Rothstein, I believe. And he said he worked these cases for years. And as soon as it got up to very high levels of politicians or judges or senators, certain organizations would come in, FBI or whatever, and say, we're taking over the case from here out. And so he said he went into New York City one time, that's where he worked, and there was a pub that was, it wasn't a pub, it was called Uncle Charlie's. Interesting that it was called Charlie's Pub, the one he's describing. And he said, we went in there, and this is where stray children or runaways would go to be picked up or to find a sugar daddy or whatever, he said. And we approached one of the tables, and one of the people at that table was actually running for the president of the United States. He never revealed the name, but that was his story. I thought I'd interject. So this is a message to the children, to their souls, that help is coming to take you out of this terrible position that you found yourself in. Let's continue.
And the girl who was bringing children was sent to custodial juvenile body call center. The woman next to me for years, you thought she's such a thing it is. And then they thought that you can take over the Keshe Foundation, and then you would have had all your IPs. We never allowed IPs anything to leak out. Thanks to God, we saved you all. But that's all they're after. You come in, make a chat. Any woman associated with me, if you look, has a daughter. They were after that child. You associate yourself with that woman, you're clearly where you are. Go to village of Abraham, ask for Charlie's Pub, which was there, and ask for the family, how they've been all sentenced. Uncles are still under sexual control, 40 years on, 50 years on. With this technology, we have a chance to bring an end to it. This is why I said in June we start teaching children that nobody can touch your child. The child knows how he can use the energy fields. It's like a 999 you send to save emergency. We set up a structure that the children can move the soul to another position that physically cannot be abused. Over the adults, why should a man beat you to death? Because he is who? You can move yourself through the soul. It's trying to dial, just connect to a system and move. You cannot understand the implication of this technology yet. With the drug trafficking, the same. I was talking to one of our most beautiful knowledge seekers. He's in the heart of drug trafficking area. He says, Mr. Keshe, my family we don't need to. And funny enough, another member of the Keshe Foundation is notoriously came to Keshe Foundation because he used the foundation for trafficking. We just found out recently. We sort these things out. But all this needs a new technology, a new understanding, not escaping and calling somebody to rescue you. How do I rescue myself? If we teach our children from the young age that there is a way that nobody can touch you physically, abuse you, you can move yourself through the technology which is there. I gave a gift of KAKT number 1 and 2 to the Chinese government during the corona. This transportation of the soul, freeing man from position it is to bring peace, is another gift which was given to the Chinese government for the worldwide use. And for 30 years, I was locked in the brainwash that this is their life, nothing to do with me. I hear things, but it wasn't there. It was, what do you call it, caked up, creamed up, that it didn't look, when we start looking into it, is horrendous. The lady next to me, you go and check, we gave you names. We are in touch with your mobile phone, your thing is sold till the time it comes when it's time to hit you. They hit you. She's notorious pedophile, covered on the name of the Keshe Foundation, that stood next to me for years. I didn't know this. If I knew, when Interpol gave me data in Switzerland, my head just went through dizziness. Boy, age of 8, was taught by the woman how to sexually abuse his 2 siblings from another woman, 2 girls. You don't do that to your enemies. And you know I'm right. Many of you read, she wrote that Mr. Keshe put my son on a pillow for a week. Yes, I did. Because I was told the boy did something wrong and he accepted, and he didn't do it. I said to the boy, sit there till you find out you don't accept what you haven't done. And I found out later on from the mother that he did. This is how they changed the truth and the fact. Boy, age of 8, trying to rape girls of 5 and 4, taught by the mother. And this is a woman who was next to me. I did not know. Keep away from this woman for miles. Go to the police station of Zeehamn in West Flanders and ask them for the file. They said the file is here and the children are in the list. And anybody who ever tried to go after, She accused them of being a gay, pedophile, having sexual relationship with it and that. And people all walked away out of fear, and she did what she liked. She accused everybody of being gay or pedophile or having connection with other men and whatever, because this way she could silence them. What I tell you is in documents of the court in Austria. You can ask for it. When you talk about pedophile, child abuse, child trafficking, this is what I said. From June on, we teach parents with the mothers and the fathers with their children how to be able to move that nobody can abuse you. Bullying, sexual abuse, physical abuse. It's not, I'm here 1 second, I'm not there next. I'm not there at all for you to abuse. Why should a woman get beaten to death? You call women refuge centers? No, you move through your soul, your physicality. This technology is complete towards that point. She never made any friendship with any family, anybody I was connected to that did not have a daughter in it. She wrote about Emily or Elia Kostova. Look at them, they all have daughters, young daughters she could abuse. They are ruthless. To them, a body is a abuse, move, money making. And as they are the head, they never hand it dirty. The others do it for them. Now we have the knowledge, we have the technology to move them, to move the soul of the children. And with it, their physicality, they cannot be abused. When you talk about child trafficking and child abuse, this technology, this knowledge is for humanity and is free, completed. We learn from it, from the food. Now we learn the freedom in the coming time. I spoke about Thailand last week. Every day a woman or a man dies in what we call common household by abuse. Why should be? The beauty of it is when you don't let abuse, a husband cannot kill a wife, then the children have the mother and father. At least they're alive, they can live with each other. Somehow the parents are there. You don't put one person in prison for life for murdering a husband or a wife and the rest of it. When there is no child to abuse, where is the trafficking? When we all have food to eat, when we can complete this cycle, do we need people to come from China to go on the, what you call, Blackpool side of the Southport side of the England, that every few years we get so many of them drowned by the water, just picking up some mussels and cockles to be able to live somewhere free. This technology will give us that solution for us all to be free. And they teach our children. Teach our children how to move, how to be able to move the soul, that physicality does not get trapped in it. Then there is no abuses. But the most interesting is these people with devious mind, what they find next. Who's next? I hear the same lady now is starting other people chat show. Ladies watch where your children and grandchildren will chat into in the background. The bosses never dirty their hand. You got to understand the new technology, the new cycle of energy and knowledge has to be good for every being on this planet. A dog, a child, a man, a woman, a tree. If we give you food and you do not go hungry, how many trees as a vegetarian you have saved not to slaughter? Then you understand how much the change has to be fundamental. How much the change has to be real. And how much we are responsible to bring that change in. Now the technology is there, the communication line is there. It's hundreds, thousands of you listening to this now live. Every corner of this planet. Every religion is here. Muslim, Christian, Jews, Buddhist. You're all here. Knowledge has no limitation. Because you gain the knowledge, you teach the knowledge. And this knowledge, the way we teach it gradually, step by step, you see the statistic, the proof. You've been there, you're part of it, you pay 300 euro to be there. Tomorrow is your right to be there, to change the world leaders. Not just somebody will go and do it for me. Then what about you? What about your school of thought? And then we see the change. Then we see the next step to development. And whenever we solve a problem, we have to put a solution for it. We are giving a solution for food, for a space to the Chinese. At least 50 years ahead of Americans, at least. But putting that, creating the condition has to have a benefit for it. The Chinese, to be on the moon, to be on at the moment is the best thing for, it shows advancement in technology. When not a piece of a nail shipped from Earth to moon to produce. I have not even taught you, go into the patents and read. We haven't even showed you how to create structures. Buildings without the bricks and water, with fields. You think you're going to make a building of bricks and clay on the moon or on the Mars? Or you need to take all produced coppers and zinc and whatever? I still got to teach you how to make walls, partitions, floors, buildings without a single brick. Remember, every brick is made of an atom and every atom is a plasma. And now you know how to make the plasma. How you cut a field, how you create, this is part of the teaching I told you about the radiation. How do you cut two rays that you have a children's room, you have a mommy's room, you have an entertainment room, not a single break. It's in the patent. And I'm teaching you step by step what is in the pattern, what's next. Chinese will not carry a single break. They build, if you go to Almaty in Kazakhstan, used to be the capital, in the central park of Almaty, there is a Japanese structure, and they're very proud of it. And in this structure, there is not a single nail. It's a beautiful structure. Japanese are expert in it. It's an origami of wood. Chinese will build cities, not a single screw, not a single hospital, not a single prison, no policeman on the street. I said, you show a step, we show more. Xi decided to use technology for peace, and it's in the memorandum of their meeting last week of CPC. We respond accordingly. They break the rule, we break our point. They keep to what they are pursuing, we will carry on. Gun policy only shoots the presidents in their own head. The same with the child trafficking, the same with human trafficking, the same with the prostitute trafficking. How many girls are trafficked around the world? When you teach them, then you understand. And then you can start to it. And the teaching has gone through a knowledge. Technology is solid, that is accessible to every man, child, a dog, a cat. And when you speak about the child abuse, I had enough suffering for past 4 or 5 years. It took me 2 years to uproot this snake. Look at when I separated and look at the time of the Italian conference. When we found out exactly where everything is. I was in Amman with one of the most beautiful knowledge seekers. They thought because I'm not here, they can do what they like. He saw me, what I went through. But when I came back, I found out a bunch of, as the Interpol, Swiss Interpol officer told me, the 2 biggest pedophile organizations have met, Mr. Keshe. And you didn't know? I said, no. A football coach, boys football coach. You heard about the priests in Austria in 2004 and 5. The football coaches in Switzerland are well known for the same job. They were children of an understanding. They were part of the same organization. And I had to find a solution with it. And the solution is, this is what I said before you bring the subject. In the next few months, we'll bring to teach the children. Why do we need to teach? They cannot be abused. The snake cannot reach them. You can lie as much as you like to the courts. You can pay the judges for the money they're going to receive, but it doesn't change the fact. I set my life totally different from Italian conference onwards. When I found out more, when I sat with the people in Switzerland, and the facts they put on the table, I just bashed my head. What have I done? Why was I blind to this? And showing immediate reaction was not the solution. We kicked Jackie out, we kicked the rest out. I cleaned everything very silently. Now I can tell you why. Bringing the most notorious pedophiles as the education people. Promoting one of your own inside. Now you understand. The new technology will bring an end to this, and we have to start teaching our children how to move their physicality from position of abuse. Abuse, as I said, bullying in the schools, bullying in the life, bullying in the home environment by husband and wives, bullying at the point of work, where because you need the money to live to stop the hunger, you have to take the abuse. Now you don't, you dial the number, you're fed on the phone, everything you need is given to you, you don't need to go into a MS and fibromyalgia and the rest of it. Knowledge seekers have not realized the implication and application of this technology to come. Because you look at, I want to go to the moon, but I don't want, nobody wants to go to the moon. But you learn how to move your soul and your physicality that cannot be touched. You don't need to die with a hammer hit on your head or a knife going through your body by the husband or a wife in a what called domestic abuse. You don't need to stand the swearing and the shouting and abuse, where through your soul you can raise the soul of your partner. That never gets to that point. They say love make you blind, and made me blind. And when I opened my eyes, I found out how blind I was to the rest of it. As the knowledge I have has to bring that to an end. The child abuse, child trafficking, woman trafficking, everything else has to come to an end. Because you teach it. They laugh at you, oh, it's something fairy tale. But when they get abused, where's this guy called Dean? He was talking about this. Where can I find somebody who cannot stop me from getting abused? You come to us for a cancer or diseases, but the back end of it is when you understand it and you elevate yourself, when you understand the freedom of the soul, and you go and eat on the table of the Creator every day when you're hungry and you need it because you just connected, the body does its job. You never be put in a position of abuse. You never get the diseases. You don't have a fear of life. And this is what I've done. And we went to make it expanded that it becomes faster. We got robbed by another bunch of thieves. Many of you helped us. And I came sincerely to you asking for help because we wanted this to be done. And we were set up by another knowledge seekers the same as the head of the snake. But the time will pass. Nobody will lose anything. But the structure has moved to a position we can deliver now. We can bring to an end a lot of things by knowledge, not just by work, by teaching. By example of them testing themselves. And how we can mix it, how we can bring that mixture to bring the totality. And see how the knowledge can be that it becomes accessible to all. I suffered, I lost a boy, but I know what it means to lose a boy. But I know with this, many children are saved. Many of you who came here as knowledge seekers, how these people in the background were finding where you are, who you are, if you have children, whatever they could do with you. And they asked us, we want to teach. I didn't understand why. And we said, okay, she's there. Why not? But it was all planned. We are innocent. We don't think the way they do. But now my eyes are fully open. I know I live a beautiful life. But I know that with this life, I don't have to worry about the thing. And I always have a habit. I ask if I'm given, is where I live. I never go and take. I asked for all of you supporting me when I was planning to expand. It wasn't time for it. Maybe next month, maybe next year, maybe traveling, expanding the knowledge through China will bring that change. But when you speak about abuse, I know I can put my head down on the pillow at night, knowing I have the solution for it, knowing the solution you already tested as a hunger. You went to the moon. Many of you did a lot of things. And so it's not a gimmick. It's the reality we all live with. And we can find a solution to it that it reaches everyone. And it's the whole thing is step by step. The children becoming aware of their potential, and they cannot be in a position to be abused, to be bullied, that they become suicidal and they do all sorts of them, or attach to the drugs. And this is what we have to learn. And we are always blindsided when we are emotionally involved. And there's no emotion in this. It has to be reality teaching, direct teaching. Our children, it has to become part of the life curriculum before our children go to school to be bullied for the first time. It's the responsibility of the parents to teach the children the strength of their soul. Move yourself. Nobody can catch your soul. Nobody can touch it because you don't want to be in that position. Beta files come under different names, color, and ways, and none of us know. Till it comes to public. Till we get to know. Any other question?
Wow, I know that was a very long excerpt, but I think a message went out on the plasmatic level to all those being abused that there's a solution and it's about to appear. As I said, many people are trapped, many children are trapped into this. There's no way out. They can't seem to find a way out. But Mr. Keshe is going to offer a solution, I think, starting in June. The solution's here, it just has to be taught. But hopefully on the soul level, all those in this situation will hear the soul of Mr. Keshe and realize that a solution is about to appear for you. Any thoughts from anyone, or is there anything you want to add before we go to the Dome of Peace? Alex, I hope you're still here. We only lost one of you. I see only two now. No, there's three. Great. Okay, let's go to the Dome of Peace. But again, they're not going to get rid of the pedophiles, but their targets are going to be able to move out of harm's way, as the way I see what he's conveying. And hopefully, in time, will elevate the souls of them as well. I know Mr. Keshe said jail is not the solution. It's the elevation of the souls. And we need more work on that, our own as well as the others. Okay, we're going to go to the Dome of Peace. Before we do that, and this is the releasing of the waters of Gans, which is the water above the Gans in your container that we're spraying to elevate the soul of this planet. And maybe you don't even realize there is a soul of this planet. But let's hear 5 minutes of what Mr. Keshe said. And this is one of the reasons we're in the predicament that we're in, because of the soul of this planet. Okay, let's go right here.
Hello, Mark.
Yes, Jefferson, thank you for triggering that. Obviously, he wanted to explain that to all of us. There may still be things going on in and around the foundation I'm not aware of, but it seemed like he really wanted to open this up. Thank you, Jefferson, for triggering that.
Oh, hello, Mark. Hello, everyone. Hi, Alex. And I'd like to, as I brought this question, and Mr. Keshe, as you said, brought the whole totality of the question. But
Yes.
I think that I felt so powerful emotion in that moment I was explaining. And the future is bright through this technology, through this knowledge. I believe it all together, using the strength of our souls, that we are starting to understand how it works and how powerful it can be. The future is bright. And I believe we will reach there. I don't know in how many generations, maybe this or that, but I believe with the new generations, they are so strong through their souls into the magnetic and gravitational fields, in the strength of the aura and the magnetosphere that they bring. It's really possible that they never be have something that they can avoid anytime through their soul. Yeah. I don't know how Mr. Keshe is going to bring the body, but through the soul, maybe they will never have to face this situation, because this situation will not happen due to the strength of their fields. It will not happen, in my view. That's why I'd like to bring this in, and how thankful for the effort that Mr. Keshe has done. As he said, it's a huge physical, intellectual, and emotional in the physical problem to save all, not himself, as I understood that. Well, that's it. I'd like to add to this. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, everyone.
Jefferson.
Standing by.
I think you've brought hope to many people, and hopefully on the soul level, I know most of them haven't listened or can't listen to this. They're not even aware of the Keshe Foundation, but the souls are aware, and then they know a solution is approaching for them. And hopefully in the nearer term, but we'll have to see how Mr. Keshe is approaching this. But obviously it's very strong on his mind that this problem seems to be from the top to bottom on this planet. And so we're creating this Dome of Peace. The soul had a wrong streak in it that created this planet, and it's led to the creation of our souls in a way with the same wrong streak, Mr. Keshe says. So let's hear, and this is one of the reasons we're releasing Gans water, is to elevate the soul of this planet, and that it moves away from this wrong streak. And in doing that, we are doing the same thing. I know he said the spreading of GANs was also to connect the wellness centers. He said it was something for the physicality to do. But let's hear how the soul of this planet is in pain, as I understand it, and is suffering, and it's taken a lot from its own creation to keep us here, to keep us connected to this planet and not wanting to leave in so many ways, because it's fed us or it's done other things in a very simple way that connected our physicality, almost like a mother who doesn't want the child to go to school or out to college. They want to maintain that control and so on, but at some point you have to let it go. So this is what's happening as we elevate the soul of this planet. And the Chinese have been releasing waters for years. Again, not a day job. And of course, every Sunday we practice this, and you can do it anytime and all the time. But let's hear what Mr. Keshe said about the soul that created this planet.
Life is one continuous going, irrespective of what happened to physicality. So you ask yourself, why am I here? Why am I supposed to witness from what I see, what I am? And what is the purpose? Or have I been brought here to bring that change, that difference, that unconditional love and giving? Not to jump out every time that I'm the hero. Is to be there, that you're there to make a change at that point. I was on board of a plane years ago, and the captain or the air hostess asked, are there any medical doctor on board? And turned around, there was a body on the floor in the center, and there was a guy actually doing whatever he was doing to get life back in. And the air hostess said to the man, can you please get up? We need a doctor. He said, Madam, I'm the doctor. I don't need to shout. Let me do my job. We don't need to shout on how, but the reason is, why is that man on board for that purpose? Well, we are on board of the cycle of life at this time and point. Why our soul wasn't created 100 years ago and not 100 years to come? Why us as a soul of the human race are here at this time when the change is coming? What have the soul of our forefathers have done to be here to witness the change this time? And what do we do? How do we react to this accident that we are brought here to the soul of our creators and forefathers to witness the change? How much of what we do will bring benefit, and how much will bring hinder? And then you ask yourself, why do you need to go to space to see and be witness? You're now witnessing the biggest change ever in humanity and the rest of the creation for the universe, as the earth is the seed, is the nursery of the soul of the creation. And unfortunately, it's not the only nursery, sad to say. The evidence of it is we don't see the stars and galaxies fighting each other, except where the man has been, by mistake, brought the soul of physicality into creation of physicality of the planet, like Earth. The sole creator of this planet had the streak of wrong in it when he arrived to be created. And he created the Son of Man with the same behavior as his son. If you give it short, then it's attached to you. Then you can do what you like. I kept the man short from knowledge of the receiving energy of the universe to live. So he's always attached to me, to the physicality of my earth. I'm feeding with little life of the cat and the dog on the ship, and he's depending on me, so I could. Now you understand why we put CO2s and gases into the rivers and the air and the seas, to change that essence of the wrong from the post-up generation of his essence of creation. He made you to depend on it, for you to be part of it. Now we're giving up, the man does not have the dependency. Then become free from the shackle of killing. He became one rose with a lot of thorns on it, and he wasn't spreading too many places the seed of it. Now we correct the base, the first rose, and then you won't see the rest to do the same. You'll enjoy the beauty of the rose without this. The soul of the man created in the dimension of the creation without the killing. Any other question?
Okay, let's go to the Dome of Peace. And this is something we do every Sunday, but you can do it every day, anytime. But collectively, we do it on Sunday. So I'll just play this little part. And again, the GANS water is the water above the GANS. If you've made any gas as a nanosolid, you take the water and then spray the water. It could be cup of life 1. It could be half zinc, ZNO, half CO2. I think this is what Mr. Keshe suggested. But again, I think it's putting the intentions that you release the GANS waters into the rivers, the fountains, the ocean, the lakes, and what have you. And in a very uncertain way, to me, it's reaching the soul of this planet to elevate the soul of this planet. And maybe in doing that, you're also giving, it's something for the physicality to do, but you're elevating your own soul in this process.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, so that's one part. Now, Mr. Keshe has instructed us that we can take it to another level where we actually give from our souls the fields. Just like when you give love to your spouse or your pet or your neighbor, your sister, and so on. It's nothing you hold in your hand, but you radiate out the fields of love and they feel it, and you feel it as well. So this is the second step. And let's just hear what's, Shweta will read this. Thank you, Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the soul of humanity through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Keshe.
Thank you, Shweta, for reading that. And normally what we do now is we take 5 minutes of silence and we give from our souls. And we give from our souls for the elevation of the soul of the 5+1 peace negotiators. Apparently, there's going to be a meeting in South Africa. They've been meeting in Vienna, Austria. I know these negotiations have been carried on. They've been at the 99% completion, but they haven't reached the final step. Brazil has been instrumental in daily intentions as well as intentions for this elevation of the soul of the 5+1 every Wednesday at 6 p.m. The daily intentions are 1 a.m. and both of them are CEST time, so you can calculate and join with them. All souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the soul of the world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. And let's bring in the children also of planet Earth who are suffering, whether it's hunger, abuse, trafficking, what have you. So we're going to just take 5 minutes of silence. It's almost like praying, but you're not praying to the creator. Since you are the creator, you're releasing fields the same way the creator released fields when he created the creation. And this is the way Mr. Keshe works 90% of the time, he says. He doesn't work so much in the matter state, but he works through the soul. And this is, again, what the Universal Council and all of us are learning to do. Very hard working in the physicality, takes a lot of energy. Working through the soul is much easier, and it doesn't take a lot of energy. So let's collectively, as we join together here in inner calmness, we've read the peace treaty, so we understand that. And let's take 5 minutes of silence starting now. Thank you. Thank you all for your continued participation in this process. We're such takers and it's so easy to take. I think Mr. Keshe is showing us that the giving part is what we really need to learn. We know how to take, but now let's work on giving. He said he'd handle the physicality end of this, and it's for us to practice this giving from our souls. And he said no one fails this test. So we all, in a way, contributed some fields, some energies into this process to bring it to its rightful conclusion and put all the parties correctly in balance, as I understand it, and move forward, which of course the next project will be a continued work on the world leaders. So thank you all for participating. Don't just do it once a time. You could do it all the time. And you can just ask your soul. And you can be multitasking as well, and your soul can still give. And at 9 p.m. every day, the Universal Council has asked the knowledge seekers to join with them for this process. And so it's not in a Zoom meeting, it's not in a Telegram meeting, but it's just being aware that at 9 p.m. daily, 7 days a week, you can join for a minute, for a second, for 5 minutes, for 15 minutes, and just join the other parties on the energy or soul level to continue this elevation. Remember, collectively, we're stronger. So thank you all. And I think it's time to bring in Alex. Hopefully he's still with us. Thank you, Alex. I can play the disclaimer if you'd like, which I normally do.
Thank you.
And we'll have a very unique, special teaching that only Alex can deliver. Let me just turn the volume. This can be a little loud. Okay.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And again, we want to welcome Alex from Canada, who has spread the knowledge of the foundation from Brazil to Mexico to Europe to the United States and beyond. So we're very appreciative to have him here, and let's thank him through our souls. We don't have to have a physical round of applause or anything, but we do appreciate your presence, Alex, and your teaching and what you're going to bring us today. So thank you very much for being part of this process.
And thank you very much, Mark.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing us to this point, and I want to thank all the members today who are part of the North American Teaching platform here. Remember that we're transcending over 6 continents, and so it's the other continents which make the North American continent so strong. And so I appreciate all of you for being here, whether it's today or sometime in the future if you're listening to the recording. And let's begin, because we have lots to talk about with respect to the Keshe Foundation, teachings of Marin Tevakoli Keshe. And This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, Teachings on Plasma Science. We're at the Advanced Inner Space session. We're going to discuss the soul of inertia. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is March 26, 2023. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. It's called the Advanced Inner Space Series, but it's really very basic and advanced series. And all of these advanced series, whether it be teaching, understanding, knowing, insight, or the Earth Space series, they're all basic. And so we've been plodding along here so that we can have a better reference point, because when you're breaking new ground, when you're pioneering, you need a reference point. How can you have a reference point if it's something that's new? And so it's very common for us to want to gravitate to a reference point that we know in terms of physicality. We're not talking about that today. We're talking about the soul of inertia, and we want to really be specific because we're all looking for peace. And it's interesting that this week, as part of the North American teaching here, we have two of the three leaders in North America getting together and sharing their piece of the peace pie. And we're all looking for outer space, aren't we? Because we think we know what it is, except that we only dwell in this one little piece of outer space. It's very stable. It's our little pie in the sky, but it's a small pie, very small pie. And if we want to understand better how to navigate through this universe, we have to explore deeper into the 3 books plus other books. But for now, we have the 3 books: The Universal Order of Creation of Matters, The Bringing Together of the Plasma Fields. So let's understand that the bringing together of these plasma fields is a form of inertia. And so when we look at the origins of the universe and we see the divergence of 2 souls created from 1 soul, when we see the man's universe and the sister universe, this action is gravitational. And so we also have an inertia field there. And then the link between the two, as outlined in book number 2, The Structure of the Light. Well, that link is a field force. And so being a field force, it is an inertia field. And so we need to clarify what we mean by an inertia field. Because fundamentally, when we bring all these fields together, as outlined in book number 1, that's not enough of a reference, is it? Because until you reference it to something, then you really don't know where it is. And so that's what we're looking for. We're looking for references, relationships, and inertia fields. And so fortunately for us, the planets have done that before we got here. We need these planets because you can't get here if the planet is not there. Sounds kind of redundant to say that, but you know, the planets had to go through this and position themselves. And so we find out that each planet is part of this soul family, the soul family of planets. And how do these planetary soul families communicate? And so we find that when we're looking at that position, which we call the emotion of position, and that emotion of position is an inertia field, but it's one small spot in that field because we're actually immersed in a sea of emotion of knowledge. And so that field is way, way larger than that emotion of position. It's a sea of emotion of knowledge. And each of these fields have their own position. But since all of the planetary positions have their own field, in order to participate with the sun space, these fields have to overlap. And then we didn't just pick one place randomly. We were very specific. We wanted to come to Earth space because it was welcoming. Or was it calling? Or were we assigned? Well, whatever it was, we have to make some kind of reference. Because when we're looking at how things move between a launch field and a landing field, there's an emotion, emission. There's an emotion absorption. And there's an emotion creation. These emotion fields, which we've been talking about, are fields of inertia because they come between two reference points, which we talk about, this launch field and this landing field. Up until now, when we've been talking about the fields of inertia, it had to do with physicality. So the manifestation of the emotional field also needs a reference point in order to manifest into physicality. And so we'll see the differences as a result of that. See, because fundamentally we've been talking about two forces coming together. And of course, we want to refer everything in terms of time because we have a history, we have a future, we have a present. But the thing is that these forces are constantly in motion and they have a common denominator. And not one is enough. You need more. So we'll say, well, let's bring two together. And is that enough? Well, conceptually, that's enough. But when you bring those two together, how do you retain it? Well, you have to supplement. You have to keep giving. And so it isn't just giving random. You have to be specific. So you have to keep giving. But the thing is, if you give once, and then you give again, you can't give the same thing. And so the difference in terms of motion, on Earth we call it time. Because the difference between one and the difference between the other one is time. And so we can measure that in terms of physicality. And so we say, well, a definite portion of matter occupies a definite part of space at a definite moment in time. And so another portion of matter can also occupy a definite part of space at a definite moment of time. But the one and the same energy, which constitutes a charge, cannot be at two adjacent increments of time. If it were, then there would be no flow. So the fact that there is a flow means that energy is in motion. And since there's a charge on that flow, it means that there's a connection. So in addition to time, we want to measure our distance. But our distance in terms of how these forces come together is variable. Can we see these effects? Can we notice them? Do we account for them? Or maybe we discount for them? And so we find that distance really becomes irrelevant when you're traveling through outer space. This again becomes a physical measurement guideline. And so we've used the speed of light as a foundation for our physics. And we see the relationship between time and distance and the speed of light. And we said, well, this maximum speed of light is constant. But did we qualify that and say that speed of light at a certain field strength is constant? And in the terms of the Earth space field strength, it is visible. And so the problem with this is that there's more than meets the eye, really, because what you're looking at is not you. There's a term of reference, but distance and time are not part of that. And so that's the limitation of the nuclear physics. And we're transcending that with the plasma science, because it takes into consideration this unseen part, which we call the creation of inner space, man space, and earth space. This non-visible, non-tangible field strength, which we call the ethos of the universal community, which involves morality, compassion, and courage, none of which you can grab onto. It's like a battery. You can grab onto the battery, but the energy inside the battery, you can't grab onto that. And so we only grab onto things that we can grab onto. And each of these things that we grab onto is a field of inertia. And that's all we grab onto, isn't it? But there's more. And we find out that when we want to conquer outer space, we have no proof of outer space. The only thing we have is proof of inner space and inertia space and sun space and planet space and moon space and that in-between space. That we can conquer. But not really, because we only have a small piece of that pie, don't we? So there's nothing to brag about there. But there is something to brag about our preference and sentimentality choices. The choice was to come to Earth, and we chose to be born by coming to Earth. And we were born by choosing the outer space system. But the reference had to do with the inner space, our inner space, the Earth space inner space. And the target point was Earth space. And the Earth space and our space is the inertia field. That's what we're discussing today. This is a pretext to the plasma flight tests to go to the moon, which will be starting very shortly. We're going to have to do that by traveling through outer space. And so there's a relationship between the Earth and the moon. Well, that's fine. But we haven't found our outer space yet. The only relationship we have is with the scientific community, which understands the conservation of energy. But we have to expand that to understand the relationship between the magnetical and gravitational field forces, which contribute to the balance of field strength, which we call a maggraph. And so by extension, the maggraph field becomes a field of inertia. Because in the inertia field is a relationship between one field and another field. And so it creates a field. But is that field the sum of the two fields? And when we say 1 plus 1, are they the same one? Or are they another one? And do we know how strong the field is? And so we have a limitation in the scientific understanding, and it's compounded with the limitations in the spiritual understanding, because the only thing that we're looking at is the motor of the soul, which is the spirit. But we don't understand, shall we say, the mechanics behind this soul, behind this motor of the soul, because the mechanics are non-visible, non-tangible. And so this is where the plasma science adds to the knowledge. And so our challenge is to effect a change, but at a rate of change which is graceful. And can we do that? Will we be allowed to do that? It all depends on who's doing the allowing. So we have choices. How do these forces come together? So we find that if we look at the universal harvesting of energy, it's self-enhancing. But if we look at the earthbound loose harvesting of energy, it's self-consuming. So our relationship then is the difference between when we're looking at some source to the individual you, or we're looking at the individual in relationship to some other individual. And seeing as the source is part of the universal energy, and we are part of the earthbound energy, we are of the lower field strength. So if we govern our relationship by the universal source versus some other individual source, which is of a lower energy, we can start to see where the problem lies. It's not just our point of view, but our terms of reference. And here we are consciously trying to understand our terms of reference, but we've already made that choice unconsciously. We saw the planet we wanted, we chose it, and we came. Just because we don't remember doesn't mean it didn't happen. And so if we can't explain it, the one thing we can explain is that energy needs to be bound into a field, and that's part of the inertia field. But do we have to feed this field at the expense of others? And seeing as that's what we're seeing, and seeing as what we're not seeing is out of sight, out of mind, we can understand why that choice was made. But when we look at the results, we find that the results are less than satisfactory. I don't think that's debatable. And when we look at our intelligence and we compare that to the intelligence of the earth, and we look at how the earth is constructed, where we live within this magnetosphere, which is the range between the magnetical field forces and the gravitational field forces of the earth, and we're there in that biosphere range, it's very stable, it's very welcoming. And so there must be some kind of effect that is causing all this to happen, and it's unseen. And so we see that not only do we have a soul, but the earth has a soul. And since the soul of the earth is in the core, then the soul of the earth body is in the pea stone. And yet the earth doesn't have arms and legs, and we do. But what we do see is that in our cell structure, the cells have a magnetical gravitational relationship. And so that is very, very similar to the Earth's structure. And in both cases, we have a gravitational stability. So if we compare our cell structure to the Earth structure, we've resolved this anomaly. Our body is made up of trillions of cells, and the Earth structure is made up of even more than trillions of, shall we say, grains of sand, or maybe be more specific, atoms. And so if we're trying to understand the physicality, we have to understand where that came from. And we've had an opportunity to go through all the family of emotions that are within our current knowledge at this point in time. But the fact of the matter is that from man space's point of view, our physicality is dominant. And what we're doing today in terms of our presence is dominant. And so as such, we have to reinforce our position. And our position needs to be reinforced. And so it affects our vision. Are we sure that what we're seeing is what we're seeing? And so really the reference that we have to lean on is that soul space point of view, which is the emotion of knowledge. And so our emotion of knowledge is connected to some universal energy and is working with our soul. And we see our physicality as being a product of that interaction, being our man space. And so we call that inertia. Well, if our man space inertia has a physicality, but is the product of the emotion of knowledge directed by our soul space, then the inertia field also would have a soul. We're just going to go through a little exercise here because, well, actually, we're going to go through two exercises, so let's have some fun. So we've been talking about surface to volume ratios in basic math. And we see that, you know, in simple math, 1 and 1 is 2, but really, when we look at the synergistic math, we find that 1 and 1 is more than 2. And so we can't guarantee that 1 and the other 1 are the same 1, but we can say that those are feeding dimensions. And so when they come together, we need a feedback dimension, so that being the third dimension. And as we witness this and observe what's going on, we realize we can't be either of those three dimensions. We have to be in another dimension, the participant observer dimension, or as accountants like to call it, the fudging dimension. And speaking of accountants, well, this is one of the things that they do. They check for our profitability because that's really what matters, isn't it? That's what we account for or what we discount for. And as we see with the, shall we say, the economic situation of this planet, and as we're challenged with food security and energy security, it's a wonder that this is a problem in the age of technology. So have we shifted our confidence from the bringing of these technologies together to confidence in losing? Isn't confidence in losing just a lack of confidence in creation? What happened? Are we having a lack of gravitational stability? And so when we look at what we're creating, which may be a flash or a glow or just that shiny glitter, and say, well, what we're wanting to do is to blast things up. It's in stark contrast to the bountifulness of the planet, isn't it? But not everywhere on this planet is it welcoming. And those areas, are they genetic defects or what's going on? And so every instance that you're looking at here is some form of inertia, because it's a combination of fields and factors of these fields and field strengths of these fields. And so from our point of view, which of these fields do we account for? Which of these fields do we discount for? And how do we know that our conclusions are correct? So let's have a little bit of fun with some math here, and we're not going to get overly complicated, but we're going to stress a few points. So we have our basic additive math, 1 and 1. And so that gives us a factor of more than 2. But how much more than 2? Because we don't really know if 1 and the other 1 are the same 1. So we can be safe in saying it's more than 2. But if we get into this pure math, and instead of adding, if we multiply, a funny thing happens. If we multiply 1 times 1, that equals 1. And ironically, if we divide 1 by 1, well, that also equals 1. Something strange, something strange. So through multiplication or division, you get the same answer. Well, the only thing that I can think of that is similar to this is cell creation, right? Because cells are created and multiply through division. So if we're looking at how the cells work, they have 1 and they multiply with another 1, and then they create another 1. But there's no consumption. There's a creation. So the 2 are the feeding dimensions, and the third one being the feedback dimension. And so the third dimension is the field of inertia. Okay, so that's 3 fields, right? And we're still the observers, so we're in this 4th dimension, right? So what we're finding, we haven't been able to identify which one is 1 and are they the same one. So we have to understand that in terms of plasma, plasma exists in different kinds of energy states. So there are higher energy states and lower energy states. And with respect to these energy states, we have to understand our point of view. So we try to understand our Earth space, and right now we're delving into our inner space sequence. And if we can understand that, maybe it'll unlock the key to the gateway to the outer space. And this is pretty important, because what we're talking about is the creation of the universe family. And how is it created? And it's created from energy, as was seen on the cover of book number 1. But as these 3 come together, and that forms a field of inertia, but it has a charge, so that means it's in motion. So that it has to have a motion to something else. So it implies a combination of energy fields. And it can come to or go from a field. And so that determines the charge. And then the field strength of the charge is determined by the rotation and the speed of rotation. And then that impacts the direction of the charge. But fundamentally, energy is emitted and it's absorbed. And when it's emitted, we say that's magnetical. When it's absorbed, we say that's gravitational. But the energy cannot always be magnetical or gravitational because it's moving and it's changing its position. So in order to change the position, something has to happen. So when we have these plasma rules, which says that energy states can increase or decrease. What is significant about plasma from our ordinary physics is that this is done by at least an order of magnitude. So it would be 10 or 10 times 10, which would be 100, or 10 times 10 times 10, which would be 1,000, and on it goes. And so the basic rule, though, is that the higher energy state feeds the lower energy state. Well, how do you know if you're higher or lower? So one of the ways is that we can see how the energy state changes manifest. So one of the ways they manifest is what we call natural creation. But an unfortunate term, natural decay, applies for energy state changes in an opposite direction. And then when we look at the sun, we see that it's catalytic. So it doesn't change its energy state. It doesn't get consumed, but it does emit energy. If it's not going to be changing its state, and it is going to continue to emit energy, then what is unseen is the absorption of energy. And the thing is that we're on a planet which is a lower energy state than the sun. And so the sun is not only giving energy to our planet, but is giving energy to all the planets. So the energy transfer that the sun is giving is not only higher by orders of magnitude, but it's higher by many orders of magnitude. And where's that energy coming from? So this is what we can say, is we can say that the energy state of the sun is an inertia field. The energy state of the planet is an inertia field. And our state is an inertia field. And if we say, well, these inertia fields are physical because we can see them and touch them, it doesn't account for the energy states changes, because it's through the plasma energy which allows the absorption of energy, and also at the same time it's a barrier of energy. And how does it make that decision? How does it account for the different field strengths? And so we find that plasma is bound to the ethos of the universe. And at that point in time, we see a difference in terms of what we refer to as an inertia manifestation. So in other words, when these two forces come together, two field forces create a third, that is a field force of inertia. So we're not saying if these two field forces coming together are plasmatic or physical, and we're not saying where. We're not even saying how. And we're not even saying if two is enough. All we can say is, well, two or more. So that means there's different kinds of inertia manifestation. So we could say inertia manifestation of a kind. Well, one kind of inertia is a PM tick, right? We know that a PM tick is the coming together of an energy pack. So the PM tick itself is one kind of inertia manifestation. And as different PM ticks come together, they come together as the principal matter, transition matter, and convergence matter into a plasmagen state, which is a representation of the conversion of all these energies coming together in a maggrav condition, which in itself is an inertia manifestation of a kind. And if that maggrav condition interacts with an environment, then that creates an inertia manifestation of a kind. So not only do we have a feeding inertia, but we have a feedback inertia. And then, of course, the magnetical gravitational relationship is a conversion inertia. Okay, so that's two fields coming together, but you know, are we limiting our opportunities? You know, are we not taking enough into account? You know, are we just simpletons adding one and one? What about if we add another one? Well, if we added another one, it would be true that it's more than two. In fact, it looks like it'd be more than three, right? But we don't know if each of these ones is the same one. But we still have this anomaly that if we were to take one and multiply by one, we get one. And then if we were to multiply it by another one, we still get one. And then interestingly enough, if we divide one by one, well, we get one. And if we were to divide it by another one, well, we still get one. And so, you know, this is kind of confusing. So mathematically, we try and introduce a little convention when we say, well, there's a sequence here. And so you solve what's within the brackets first. So if we say 1 times 1 is 1, okay, so that's one field. And multiply it by another field, well, we're still back to 1. And the same thing happens if we take 1 divided by 1, that's 1. And then divided by another one, well, it's still 1. Okay, so we have a little convention, but you know, we still have the anomaly. And then who's to say that the brackets would be around the first pair of ones? It could be the second pair of ones. Who's to decide? The answer is still 1 when we multiply. And then by the same token, if we decide to bracket off the second pair of ones and divide, we still get 1. So it doesn't really matter if it's 1 or another 1 or another 1 or a pair of ones and another 1 or 1 and a pair of ones. It just doesn't matter. It all comes back to 1. And so each one of these is a field of inertia. And so we've come to this point that we wanted to discuss this core component anomaly. And that is, we see the PM ticks as being like that of an electron. They're magnetical. But then we see the creation of this atomic marriage between the electron and the proton. And so that becomes much more gravitational, isn't it? So one and the other is the same thing, but It doesn't even define if it's plasmatic or if it's physical. And then there's us, we're the observer field. So what we're seeing is a product of all of these fields coming together. Well, that product is an inertia field. But as observers, if we were looking at the product on the right-hand side inside the green box, we're seeing things that are undefined, except for the fact in the first equation, we could say, well, it's more than 3. That would be accurate. But if we multiply things together, well, we still get 1. But then if we divide things, we still get 1. But whatever the answer is, we don't know how it was created. We don't know what factors to take into account. All we see is the field of inertia. What we don't see is on the left-hand side, what constitutes that field of inertia. And then the fields on the left side, are they inertia fields? Or are the fields on the right side inertia fields? Because even on the left-hand side, we don't know which one is 1, and we don't know what the field strength is, and we don't know where it came from. We don't even know if it's the same one. But what we do know is that there's a common denominator, because that's what draws them to these inertia fields. So in simple terms, we could say that on the right-hand side, we have the inertia fields, which is the product of the interaction of the other fields. And we can, in fact, go so far as to say, well, we can see that if it's in physicality. But we can't see the other fields. One of those fields would have to be contributing to the soul of the inertia field. Because the inertia has to depend on relationship. So if you want to know higher energy states or the lower energy states, so we find that these field strengths change. And not only do they change field to field, but they can transcend multiple energy states in one go. And the whole thing is to understand the relationship, there has to be an accommodation. That's the manifestation, the strength accommodation by field relations. So when we look at the Earth space, it's a kind of energy state and is gravitationally stable. In terms of physicality, it's at the lowest energy state level, but is gravitationally stable. While our inner space is a higher energy state, but it too is gravitationally stable. Because the inner space is the precursor for the physical space. So in order for the Earth space and the physical space to be gravitationally stable, we have to have a gravitationally stable inner space. And if that inner space is not gravitationally stable, then it cannot contribute to the inertia field of the Magravs condition between the plasma conversion and the environment, which in this case is the relationship between us and our Earth space. And the unseen hand is the ethos of the universe, and the plasma is bound to that. And that's done on a soul connection. So when we're looking at the gravitational stability of the synergy of these fields, and not to get overly complex, we've just introduced 3 fields. And so we say, well, the 1 plus 1 plus another 1 is more than 3, and that creates a gravitationally stable field. But obviously, we still have all the individual fields, and then we have the combination of the fields. So we didn't lose anything in the process. We have to have what we had to maintain that field. Because like the sun, we have to give energy, and if we give energy, we have to supplement that energy. And if we supplement more energy, then we actually can create. So if we take 1 plus times 1 times another 1, it becomes part of the creation dimension, even though it's 1, but it's 1 in a higher energy state. And then if we decay 1, divide by 1, divide by another 1, we still come up with 1, but it's in a lower energy state. So the creation and the decay dimensions are all part of the creation. And whether it's multiplied or divided by, it's gravitationally stable. And so this is what we have to understand with the plasma science, because we're only up to 3 here. How many fields do we take into account? So just for simplicity's sake, the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And so that governs the attraction and repulsion of energies, as represented by magnetical and gravitational field strength, where the magnetical is doing the feeding and the gravitational is doing the feedback. So in order for the gravitational to feed back, it has to be fed. And in order for the magnetical to be feeding, it has to be fed. So we see that there's a sequence, and we have this opportunity to make a choice. And we have to make this choice as if we're the last man standing, because we have to learn how to turn on and turn off this feeding, and to increase and decrease the strength of the fields, because it affects our positioning. And so if we want to enhance or diminish our position, then there's no comment on that. We have to understand the sequence with respect to the feeding and the feedback. And so we've been relying on this inertia feedback with our emotions of vision. And we've used the eyes, the ears, the nose, and the mouth to enhance that vision. And it's helped us in our positioning. And so not only do we position ourselves physically, but our soul gets positioned. And from that position, we can do an inertia feeding, because our positioning is actually a plasmatic symbiosis of a field, an inertia field. If we look at it in terms of the Earth, we find that the binding energy is coming in and more is coming in. Well, it has to come into an inertia field. It has to be absorbed and attracted in this inertia field. And if we want to elevate, it has to go out, and more has to go out. We have to have this inertia field to begin with. That's the MAGRAV field. It is from there that we can do emission and repulsion, and we call that a magnetic force field. And so to balance these inertia fields, we have to have absorption in and emission out. And so this is the inertia field in action. And depending on how the energy is transferred, affects the susceptibility of this inertia field. So inertia field is what it is at a certain point in time and at a certain place. So when we're looking at a protein, and if we remember that this was the basis of star formation inertia, and that protein was created from amino acids and it had gravitational stability because we had 3 amino acids coming together. And when the 3 came together, they folded over into protein. Well, interestingly enough, to create the amino acid, we had the oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon come together, and with the hydrogen. But we created an atom, which is the relationship of the smaller magnetic field of the electron and the larger magnetic field of the proton. And the two work together. And it's called an atom. And so that's the fundamental principle of the twinity, how those two are coming together. But when they come together, they create a flower. And so that's a star formation inertia of all of these field forces that have come together and offered up a gravitational stability, which we can manifest into a flower. But at the end of the season, that flower can change and decay. And so we see how this anomaly goes from this magnetical PM takes to these gravitational rays and back again, where we go from this electron structure to this atomic marriage of an electron and a proton. And so we don't really have to determine if it's plasmatic or if it's physical, because the energy in motion method is the same. And so we're back to this star formation inertia of the amino acid building. And in all cases that we've described here, it's gravitationally stable. So this is why you can't throw anything away, because there's no place to throw it. There is no way. There's Mars, there's Jupiter, there's Earth. There's no planet called away. And so just because we can't see it, we have to identify this vanishing point. But this vanishing point is a two-way street, because this vanishing point is where the transmission and transition of energy comes together and creates this point of existence, which we call transmutation. And it creates a balanced MAGRAV, but it's not visible. Because when it's balanced, it's not visible. There's no energy in motion. There's no energy in motion to take us from the plasmatic reality to the physical reality and back again to this plasmatic reality. So if we say going from one, let's say the amino acid, to the physical reality of the protein of the flower, and then decaying back into the plasmatic reality of the amino acid. So we have a family reference that is coming together at a gravitationally stable point. And then from there, it goes to another family reference. And so regardless of which direction it's going, it creates another field. And that field is a star formation inertia field. And it's gravitationally stable. You can't create a field if it's not gravitationally stable. So when we're looking at these energy packs, they're not gravitationally stable, they're magnetically stable. In other words, they're part of the emotion of knowledge, which is transcending all these reality dimensions. And these feeding packs, they of themselves are stable. They are gravitationally stable. But because the plasma energy is a two-way street, they're able to flip around depending on their charge and the direction that they're going. And in all cases, it would be magnetical. So these energy feeding backs are looking for a gravitationally stable maggraph. And when they get there, things happen. And so we see how these core energy packs are feeding us and they contribute to our feeding vision. And so our soul is positioned at these crossroads. And this position of the crossroads is an inertia field. And if our soul is interacting with those crossroads, then it's going to be interacting with the soul of inertia. So let's look at a real life situation where we have this GANS in a bottle. So the bottle itself is silicone glass. It's hard, it's physical, but it's transparent. That's one inertia field. Inside that, we have the GANS itself, which is an inertia field. Inside the GANS, we have a hole in that GANS. That is an inertia field. And inside the bottle, we also have water, which you see the pattern here. It's an inertia field. And the air inside the bottle, that's also an inertia field. So which one is the feeder and which one is the feedback? So we have to identify the field strength. So clearly, the physical field strength of the bottle can hold against the water and the air inside. And clearly, we have air, we have water, and we have solid GANS. And clearly, we have a hole. It's all very clear. So what we're looking at is the core component of these field forces coming together. And as these field forces come together, that is the field of inertia. And so what we've done, we've gone from a lower energy state in the cups of life, and we've created a relationship between the physicality of the copper wires and the nanocoating of the copper wires. And then we've created another one, but this other one is not copper. It's zinc. So one zinc plus one nanocoated copper coil plus another one copper coil. Well, don't forget, we have salt water in there as well. And that's not one, that's salt, that's water, that's 1+1. And look what we get. We get CO2 GANs, calcium GANs, copper GANs, zinc GANs, amino acid GANs, water GANs, all of this coming. Well, you know, we said that's, more than two, more than three. Well, we didn't say how much more. And, you know, we didn't really consider what to consider because we only considered what we saw. We didn't consider what we didn't see. But now, with the understanding of the plasma, we understand that there's more to consider and we can be more considerate. So we have each of these cups that come together, the cup of emotion, the cup of physicality, the cup of the soul, and each of them has a magnetical gravitational relationship. But then each one has a soul, including the cup of soul. And then collectively, these three that come together are representative of man space, and they have a soul. But in order for us to have a space in terms of physicality, we have to have a place, and that place is Earth space. So our space and Earth space coming together creates the inertia cup. And that inertia cup, has a soul also. So now we have 5 cups, and they all have a magnetical gravitational collective field, and they all have a collective soul. So this becomes like a family of souls. So what we're looking at here is a soul, which we don't know which soul it is. But if you made this cup, then that soul has an affinity to your soul. That soul has a connection to your soul. And that soul does not have a connection to my soul in the same strength. But you could give the energy of the plasma water from this cup to someone else by giving it something else which is not present in this cup of soul, which would be the intention. And if it is a good intention, it'll be a feeding intention. And so that feeding intention creates a field. And it's done on a soul level because it's coming from the cup of soul, which is representative of the interaction of your soul with the earth soul that creates this inertia field. And that inertia field has a soul. So now you've created a soul field and interacting it with another soul. And you give the plasma water that carries the soul of inertia. You still have your inertia, but a part of your inertia you can give. And there's the connection. And in order to give and maintain your Magravs condition, you have to absorb. And what do you absorb and what do you repel? So you absorb what you need and you repel what you don't want. But what you emit is what you have excess of. And so if you have excess of loving and caring, and you feed that soul of intention, and that becomes a soul of inertia that you can give. And that's energy in motion. And it's dynamic. And so you see that it isn't just standing there. It is interacting. There's a dynamic plasma interaction. And so our emotion of vision of what we see with respect to our reality is connected to these PM ticks, which are traveling all over the universe, faster than the speed of light, in all directions. And the common denominator is the emotion of knowledge. And if there's an affinity to your emotion of vision, then you will get that knowledge. Oh, so there's a qualification, and that is provided you're open to receiving that knowledge. And so fortunately for us, the Earth is open because it has two hemispheres of plasmatic field rotation. And each of these has a star formation inertia, and the two work together to create this gravitational stability we call Earth space. And although these inertia fields are rotating in opposite directions, the physical inertia field rotates in one direction, so we don't get dizzy. The sun comes up every day at the same on the same side, sets on the same side, day by day. And so we see the soul of inertia is the product of these star formation inertias. So there's a convergence of energy and a divergence of energy, but at the center point, this conversion of energy is the point of inertia. And is this inertia field plasmatic or physical? We can't answer at this point, but what we can answer is that the soul of inertia is the backbone to the inertia field. The same way that your soul is the backbone for your physicality. And so when we look at the relationship of the sun and the energy that it gives from within its inner space is the same as we give from our inner space. But there's a point in that inner space, and that inner space point is the point that we transmit the energy from. And we do the same thing as the sun is doing. And the sun does this plasmatically. And it does that within its field. But as we said before, there are other planets in that field. And it gives to all of them. So there's a family relationship the sun gives to all the planets in the planetary field of the sun space, unconditionally. So where's the condition? The condition is in the feedback. So we have one family reference in terms of feeding radiance. We have another family reference in terms of the feedback reference. In terms of, sorry, the second family reference in terms of the feedback radiance. But the interaction of this dynamic plasma is the reality dimension, because the reality dimension manifests itself. And so between these two family references is a manifestation, and that manifestation is an inertia field. And that's exactly how we handle knowledge in motion. That knowledge is coming to us from some family reference. And from that family reference, we create a family reference. but it also goes back. So we absorb energy to enhance our soul, and we emit energy to enhance other souls. Or to say, take what you need and give what you do not need. Remember to create a barrier for what you do not want. Let's relate this to something really, really basic so that maybe we can have another point of reference. And I've done this in the past where I've referenced a soccer game. And so what you're looking at is a playing field inside a stadium. And we know that when we have these two teams that come together on this field, so there's one team on one side, one team on the other side, what is not determined is whether it's professional or amateur. Because that's not the criteria. You could say, well, the professional team has a greater field strength than the amateur team. But if you ever played team sports, it doesn't matter if you're in the lowest league or in the professional league. When you're playing the game, you're in the game. And that's all that matters. So what we're talking about is this team, and what you don't see are the players. But as a coach, you would see the players. But whether or not it's professional or amateur also begs the question, do you have fans? Do you have people in the stadium watching? Is this game dependent on the fans being inside the stadium? So what we can say is that the fans would enhance the experience of the game. In that regard, the fans, which are another team, contribute to the inertia of the game. And likewise, it doesn't matter if it's professional or amateur. So the criteria for this game of inertia is obviously you have to have a team and another team, and maybe you have fans. But if you have fans, then that's another team. The game still goes on. So the idea of the game is not dependent on how many things are taken into account here. Fundamentally, you have to have two teams. And each team is an individual team, but clearly they're not the same team. But as a coach, you have players. And so these are the field players. So your team is comprised of members of the team. And each of these players has a position on the field. But that's not the way the game is played. You don't have the team on one side and the other team on the other side. You look at the whole field. And so we divide the field into subfields. So we have a backfield and a front field and a middle field. And then along that, there's a left side to the field and a right side to the field, and of course the center in the middle. So these are little subfields. Well, within these subfields, we can have mini games. A game within a game. But if we look at, from our point of view, and we see on the left side that I have a left back, there's going to be a game with the right wing from the other team. But if we look at it from the other team's point of view, their left back is going to have a mini game with our right wing. And then, of course, what makes the game very interesting is that when we change it up a little bit, and so then it becomes very exciting. And at that point, well, maybe we'll have more fans. So the point of the thing is that the game itself is more than the teams. Regardless of which teams are playing, regardless of which players are playing, regardless of which fans are watching, this game has a soul. And so the point of the matter is that the game is a field of inertia from these two teams coming together, which have two players coming together, but not only, more players. In soccer, it's 11 aside, usually. And then you have the fans, which contribute to the soul of the game. And how many fans? Well, how big is the stadium? And even the size of the stadium doesn't determine the number of fans, does it? The stadium could be half empty, or the stadium could be standing room only. So all of this is governed by the soul of inertia. So that is to say that the soul of inertia and the soul of the game are the same thing. If the soul of the game is between the two teams, and the soul of the inertia is the same as the soul of the game between the two teams. If the soul of the game is a mini game, then the soul of the mini game has a soul of the inertia, and that's the same thing. If the soul of the game is between the teams and the fans, the soul of inertia is between the team and the fans. It's the same thing. So the point being is that none of this determines if it's a game, because it's a game between the team and the team. It's a game between the players, and it's a game between the players and the fans. The only thing that changes is the soul of inertia. That determines your focal point. And nothing, when you look at here, tells you where these players came from, or for that matter, where the fans came from, or for that matter, which country this game is in. That's a whole different field of reference. And so if that becomes important, then you have to expand the schemes of reference, and you have to take more things into account. So you get to choose what you take into account and what you discount for. What's the score? Is that all you want to know? Okay, fine. It's 2-0. Who wins? Oh, well, wait a second. Now you're asking for too much. Okay, so that's part of the problem that we have, is we don't ask the right things. We don't ask for the right things. We don't even know what to ask for. And should we even bother asking, why should we ask when we can steal it? If the soul of the game is the soul of inertia, then the peace stone is a soul of inertia. It's the coming together of the soul of the community soul and the universal soul emitting the emotion of knowledge. And so we see that range right down to the souls of our cells from as far away as the entire universal community. Talk about a range. And so where are you positioned within that range? Wherever you're positioned is your position of inertia where you can give and take from. And depending on your position determines if you're a leader or a follower. But not only, your source of inspiration matters as well. And so if your source of inspiration is from the lowest field strength, which is the source of physicality, well, then that's what you get. But if your source of inspiration is from the highest field source, which is the soul, then you will get more. But we can't say how much more, because each soul operates at its own field strength. As an example, if we look at the vertical people's family, and they also subscribe to this emotion of knowledge, but all the vertical people have an inertia. They have a vertical people space, and that space is the same across all of them. So that is not the defining factor. What is the defining factor is the inertia of biodiversity is determined by the non-visible soul of inertia. Okay, because if I have a tree or if I have a bush growing in the same environment, how do you determine what is the factor of what is going to grow? So you have to take a lot of things into account. And so we have to expand our understanding and understand that the universe is emotionally normal. And the earth seeks freedom and emancipation. And so we get a chance to choose our existential adaptation. And the choice is really to harvest the plasma emotional energy of the plasma universe soul family. That's the criteria. That's why the proof of pursuit of happiness is a failure, because we're lost. We're lost in space. We think we're in outer space. Man has never launched a rocket into outer space. We prefer to be born with the emotion of knowledge so that we can direct the soul of inertia. We have the opportunity to direct the soul of inertia. So we create a map, an emotional position map, based on the magnetical gravitational relationships of the feeding radiance and the feedback radiance, which are the aspects that connect or guide, shall we say, guides the reality dimension. And so, in order to understand this soul sequencing, we can clearly see that we have been attracted to the soul of the earth, but the soul of the earth had to interact with the soul of the sun. And we found out last week that something was missing. We didn't have this map laid out for us. We didn't understand these plasma dimensions, where one state is physical and the other state is plasmatic. So there's a feeding of a kind and there's a modification of a kind. Which matter state are you dominant in? Are you drawing energy from the higher energy state, or are you drawing energy from the lowest energy state, the physicality? Because all of these interactions, all these matter, plasma interactions are inertia. So when we talk about manifestation, manifestation is actually a form artifact of the plasma feeding. And so we see that the emotion of presence is a form artifact of this energy in motion at that manifestation point, which is somewhere between the launch field and the target field. So in order to understand the difference between the plasmatic reality and the physical reality, we have to have an emotion of position. And that's determined by the reality dimension. So the missing link here is the soul of inertia. So we said that if we increase the field strength, that's creation, and if we decrease the field strength, that's decay. So every soul is non-tangible and non-visible. And inertia is the manifestation of the interaction of these fields. Well, inertia could be non-tangible or non-visible then. But inertia could be physical and visible. So the inertia has a choice, but it's the soul of the inertia which manifests as a product of creation, whether it's in a higher field strength or a lower field strength. And is that it's an interaction that's a two-way street. And so, as we said in the past, if we look at the gravitational stability of the sun and the earth, and we see that they are, following the path of equality, we find that the size of that field is not the equality reference point. It's the interaction. It's the bond which bonds these various dimensions, which we see the bond between the plasmatic spectrum and the physicality spectrum and back again, that crosses this reality dimension, which is the bonding dimension. And so all of these field interactions, they are all fields of inertia. And so the inertia field is a magnetical gravitational combination, a gravitationally stable maggrav. But the inspiration behind it came from the soul. So when we look at the soul of inertia, we have to understand that any manifestation is a manifestation that is part of our search for outer space. But if it comes into the physicality, that's a materialization. And the soul of inertia still guides that as well. So this physical state is a unique state. It may be in the lowest energy state, but it's not something to look down at. It's not something to be ashamed of. It's actually a bonus. It's a benefit. It's a unique characteristic. So all we see is the field interaction, which we call inertia. We don't see what created that field, the soul of the inertia. So we have to understand that the planet had a soul. And so it's the soul of the earth which came together because of the soul of the sun and the soul of the solar system. So now that we have a soul of the earth, okay, well, now we can attract the soul of the earth body. And this is a good thing because we need the soul of the earth body. I mean, where's the soul family going to come to? So it's the soul of the earth body plus the soul of the earth that attracts the soul of the family of man. And that had to come first before we came. Only one can be first. The rest all follow. So we want to have a party, have to have a place to have a party. So now we have the soul of the family and the soul of the earth body attracts all the soul of the family bodies of man. So it's the interaction of family souls of the bodies of man and the soul of the man which attracts your own soul of the body. So we have a plasmatic arrival, but we'd like to make a physical arrival. So we need this earth space sequence where the soul of the sun body plus the soul of the earth body manifest the physicality of the earth. The physical manifestation of the earth is a field interaction we call inertia. So now that we have the soul of the earth body and the soul of the family bodies of man, we can attract the physicality of the family bodies of man. That's the humanity inertia. So now you want to know why you were born? Because it's the souls of the family bodies of man and the soul of the body, of your body, that allows for the physical manifestation of the body. The inertia of your physicality, why you were born. So you can see that with our man space, there's a soul aspect to it, and there's a physical aspect to it, and there is this emotional connection. But not only. Because the inertia of man space comes from the souls. So we have the soul family, the soul of our body, and we manifest the soul of the cells. And our soul is the guider. So that's the inertia of man space. But what about the inertia of earth space? So we find that the relationship of the earth space is also governed by the soul of the inertia of the earth space. So it's the soul of the inertia of the earth space that has a relationship with the soul of inertia of our space. So that's a product of the interaction. and the missing link, which is the interaction of the soul of the humanity family. But not only. It all depends on what you take into account and what you discount for. You can't make that decision based on the physicality. You have to make that decision based on the connection with the souls. And so to understand the reality dimension, you understand that outer space is not a place. Outer space is a method of energy transfer. Energy transfer is always energy in motion. And so it's manifested by the soul of inertia. And so as we see, the soul of inertia doesn't just mean the soul of the inertia of the manifestation, or shall we say the materialization of the physicality, but the soul of inertia is the manifestation of any inertia of two fields coming together at any field strength, anywhere in the universe. And we've demonstrated that with the cups of life, because we've created an emotional field strength with these cups of life. And we've done that in our own homes, regardless of our education, regardless of our age, and regardless of our financial capability. Because man is inherently peaceful. And so the emotion of knowledge is there. We were born with it. And so we have to understand that the earth space landscape is heaven. We came to heaven. And man's space's dreamscape is peace, because we're inherently peaceful. And so that becomes part of the emotion of our vision. And so when we say that the plasma science is where the soul of the man meets for peace, this is because that's the soul strength of the universe and the universal community. And so whether it's Earth space or Mars space, when we test the flights to Mars, we have to do that with peace in our hearts. Otherwise, we'll never get there. Because we're in the post-December 16th era, where we can now make choices between the outer space, the inner space, and the earth space. And we find that graceful, sweet space that allows us to transcend all these energy fields and fulfill our wishes to transmute. So a couple of days ago, March 24th, was a time for the world leaders to be introduced to the true power of the emotion of knowledge, that knowledge of our soul family. We are the directors of the soul of inertia. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings of Plasma Science, calling all Earth space sweethearts. Make that conscious choice. You've already made that in your dreamscape. There's a World Peace Treaty, sign it. Sign it with your heart, sign it with a pen, sign it with your soul. Add to the soul of inertia, because that's part of the emotion of vision, which allows the fields of life choices free from boundaries or abuse. Make that emotion a position map. Use the universal community as your travel guide. We're talking about the earthbound soul family, the gravitational stability and gravitational transformation through our emotion and physicality. Be fed by the emotion of knowledge, because that's a transmutation connection to this manifestation point, whatever that manifestation point is. It will allow us to adapt and have awareness and interact with that inner space emotional construct, and connect equally to the universal broadcast of the inner space of freedom. Because you see, the soul of inertia is the product of the essence of the soul family's morality. So we really have to choose wisely. And of course, we have to dare to dream. the plasma science needs to continue to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the outer space age. And that's the end of this lesson. I hope you enjoyed the trip all. Thank you so much.
Well, it needs to be continued to be delivered, and you certainly are delivering. I think you've threw me a few curveballs today, and I'm not sure how to connect them. Thank you, Alex, very much. Just want to mention to Anna, your guest arrived and stayed with us for a while, so thank you very much, Miss Molina. I hope she enjoyed her short visit with us. Don't know if you can hear me, Anna. Thank you. Well, we have a few people here with microphones. Let's see if anyone would like to raise a question or a point. Alex, are you still, if you see a colony on the moon by China and they're moving there in a flight system, matter state, are you going to say the Chinese never went into space? Because I think you think of it as the energy dimension rather than the matter state, but now it's pretty much confirmed by Mr. Keshe that they'll be building some sort of structures, not with brick and mortar, as we know, but out of fields. He said, we still have to teach you how to build walls and floors and ceilings and petition off rooms, but will you still have that, even though there'll be no rocket, there'll be no burning of fuels, it'll probably be MAGREV positioning, but will you still say that man has never gone into space if you see a colony on the moon?
So I understand the intention of your question. The thing about it, though, Mark, is that you're non-specific. You're just saying, Alex, do you have a car? So when you're talking about space, you're not defining the space. You see, because there's a physical space, there's an inner space, there's an outer space. So clearly, you can go to the moon or to Mars through a space. But if it happens to be through a physical space, you're going to need a rocket. But if you're going to go travel through outer space, then you can do this plasmatically. And so that's the choice that we have. Did we know that we had this choice before? That's another question. But let's answer the first question. Do you see the difference between one space and another space?
Yes.
Okay, so let's rephrase the question then. If we see, and so what were you saying? The Chinese community wishing to go
a
a colony.
Yeah.
Okay, so going to, what are we talking about? The moon?
Yeah, let's say there's a colony on the moon or Mars. Are we still going to say man has not gone into space because he traveled in the matter state?
No, because if you go to the moon, that's moon space. If you go to Mars, that's Mars space. What you're asking about is the method of travel. So in order to get there, you have to go through outer space if you want to get there in a reasonable time, like a couple of minutes.
Right.
This becomes the important point. We are not specific enough in what we're asking for. We're too general and we assume things. So it would be incorrect to say, would man, go into space? Well, you're correct, but you're not specific. So you have to ask what kind of space. So the question then could be if you say, okay, if man is going to go into outer space, that way he could go to the moon space. Now you want to ask the next question. Will that be a plasmatic manifestation only, or will it go to the next step and become a plasmatic, a physical manifestation, which we call materialization? So in either case, you'd be on the moon space, but you'd be in the moon space in either a plasmatic reality or a physical reality. So let's be specific in your question. So if I may paraphrase your question, can we build a physical community on the physical moon space? And can we deliver through outer space? The method of transfer, the ideal method of transfer with the new technology is to travel through outer space to dematerialize from Earth space and manifest in moon space. And additionally, materialize into moon space. You see the difference in the question and the answer there?
Kind of.
Well, you're being very honest, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Because this is the stumbling point. This is one of the reasons that I've gone into this in-depth discussion and falling behind Mr. Keshe's teachings, because our field of reference has been in the past all physical. And we even have the basic problem of not even understanding what love is. And so we get confused on that, even that basic emotion. And we can confuse love with lust, not understanding that the lust is the physical manifestation of a sexual act, and then love is the joy and the bliss between a harmonious relationship. So there's a difference between the plasma field and the physical field. And the plasma field is many orders of magnitude stronger. And because we don't understand it, we choose to ignore it. And as a result, we are drawing energy from the lowest energy field. What I'm suggesting is that the time has come for us to know the difference and willfully and skillfully choose to draw energy from the higher energy source. So I think many of us here have gone into that session on Friday to meet with the world leaders on a plasmatic level. But that plasmatic level is on a unique, higher level. I want to say unique. It's unique to humanity, where we can connect on the soul level from our physical point. So in other words, we are still on this earth space, but we're connecting on the soul level. This is novel. This is new. This is a breakthrough science. And furthermore, all of us did it at the same time. So it's not something that you do when you go to sleep at night and you do that by yourself and, you know, it becomes a personal, individual experience. This was a collective experience. This was the breakthrough in the science. It's a huge difference. And until we understand the nature of that difference, and if we apply this increased energy state level by orders of magnitude, if we think in those terms, then we can understand the ramifications of this breakthrough technology. And so it may just be a simple thing as to have a welcoming field to develop this plasma science, and suddenly, you know, they leave us behind by 50 years. Because that's the benefit that you get from the synergistic benefit of fields coming together, and coming together at a field strength of orders of magnitude much stronger. There's a consistency to what I'm saying, Mark.
Okay, I probably don't see it. And the same with the inertia. Now, I was always under the understanding inertia is generated from the matter state fields. No matter state, no inertia. Now,
Right.
you're asking us to look at it in a different way, in a way.
Well, the different way is this.
Which, no problem. I'm open to
No, but the
increase my
thing is,
understanding. Yeah.
it's going back to, let's say, car. That is not specific enough. So it could be a race car, you know, it could be a go-kart, you know, it could be a, you know, one from Ford or one from General Motors. You just don't know. And so we assume it's a car with four wheels and at least a door and a steering wheel. So when we say inertia, well, we just assume, you know, that that's the physical manifestation on this planet. Well, if you were born with the intention of your soul, and that soul was guided here by the glint in daddy's eye and the love from mommy, then that's not a physical thing, but it is an inertia. So it has to be the soul of the inertia. So you say, oh, well, that's a baby there, really. And where did that baby come from? Well, that baby has a soul. Well, how did that soul know to come to this planet? Well, it had to interact with the soul of the family of man. Because had it interacted with the soul of chickens, it wouldn't have come as a baby human. It would have come as a baby chicken. So the soul of inertia is dependent on the souls of the interacting fields. And so if the soul of the interacting field is the soul of the child, plus the soul of the family of man, then the soul of inertia, which is the manifestation of the physicality of the child, is of the same, let's call it flavor, the same field strength. So by assuming that all inertia is the same, or by assuming that all inertia is in the physical manifestation, we have that line of thinking has no accounting for the biodiversity of life on this planet. And it doesn't help when we say, oh, you know, we're superior to chimpanzees, or we're superior to cockroaches. Well, you want to be superior to cockroaches, go right ahead, except that, you know, you can't make one. And they're so tiny and they're so clever. So you can't discount their intelligence. And they eat like we do. They create waste like we do. They go in a direction like we do. They have legs. They have senses. Well, yeah, but you know, they're so tiny. They're not human. No, but they're part of creation. And that creation manifests itself in the magnetic gravitational field forces. And when they come together in the maggrav condition, they have a soul. So, we have a soul, we have a soul of the body, and we have the soul of the cells. Well, it's time to admit that the cockroaches have souls as well. And they have a soul of the body, and they have soul of the cells, because the cells make up their body, just as they make up our body. This is the part of the amazement of this planet and of life. And we discount it. We take it for granted. We disrespect it. We have no right to disrespect it. No one gave us that right. But we were given the right to participate. And so we're not just observers. We're not just the fans watching. We're also the participants. So one of the reasons that you go to a stadium with the fans, as opposed to watching it on TV if you had a choice, is because now you have an atmosphere at the stadium which cannot be replicated on the TV. Well, so that's an added feature. And so my point is that we are an added feature to this planet. We need to act like it. Back to you.
Okay, no, I was just thinking, if there's no if you want to manifest in the matter state, you're traveling on the energy level. If there's no inertia, which is given off by matter state, then how are you going to manifest yourself in that position physically? I don't think you can. But again, my understanding needs to be enhanced. And I'm probably missing more than I'm understanding.
Okay, let me just, really good question. Okay, so creation is where you give, and decay is where you diminish. Or let's put it another way, enhance versus diminishing, right? But it's still creation. It's just creation on a different field strength. So at some point, depending on the relationship, if you want to elevate, you have to draw more energy in, and then you can elevate to a higher level. But if you want to manifest into the physicality, then you have to deplete that energy. The depletion of the energy doesn't make you weak in terms of maggrav gravitational stability. It reduces your field strength to a lower energy state. This is the key point. We can go in both directions. Am I helping?
Yes. Just to realize how much I need to know, or how much there's out there to understand. Again, we're sort of in the nursery in a way, in many ways.
The one on the matter, I guess that's what I need to do, is I need to pull up that slide, right? And see where.
Yeah, that was always my understanding, that the fields of inertia, no matter state, no fields of inertia. Now, again, I could be wrong. I believe there's
No, you're right.
A soul of inertia. But again, I'm not sure. There were one of the cups on the 5-cup stacker that he didn't refer to it as a soul of physicality or soul of the man. the physicality, was it? The cup of inertia? I don't remember him saying the soul of
Yes.
inertia, but anyway, I need to review that. There's so much knowledge to really get it right. You have to know quite a number of points. That's why I think a lot of this is, some of this is going to be automatic. In other words, when the child makes the wish that the child is cold and wants a jumper and communicates with the mother. Now, obviously, it's on the C14 line of communication in a way, but do you think the child is understanding the movement of neutrons, electrons, protons, and all the rest of it? No, they just fall into their proper place based on the wish, I think, of the person. Or, you know, a baby, how could it even understand? The soul understands the plasma, yes, but physically moving or neutrons, protons, electrons around to make all these connections, I think he's just showing us what's actually going on in principle, in a way. But the process actually happens automatically. Yes, the atoms move, the electrons move, the neutrons and protons, they do move, but I don't think it's anything we're doing consciously, other than setting in motion this wish or a line of communication or something along that line. The rest of it seems to fall into place to me. And that, of course, is just my position right now based on my understanding.
So, Mark, when you say consciously, the fact of the matter is that you are in your physical being right now. So that's a conscious exercise. But your understanding is not conscious. You know, fortunately, your understanding is unconscious or in your subconscious. And that is what the baby relies on, right? So we've determined that. So if we can, you know, if a baby can depend on that, then we as an adult can depend on that. Okay, well, so that's good, but our desire is to understand that in our conscious ways. And one of the drawbacks is the way we've explained things. So we've put limitations on our understanding, we've put limitations on science, and we've put limitations on our conditions. So what I've tried to show by this slide here is that the inertia comes in different kinds. So the energy parceling unit is a unit of inertia. We don't see how it came together. We just see the inertia, which the inertia is the form artifact. And then when we look at the maggrav, which is the combination of the principal transition and convergence matter, that's a maggrav. That maggrav field is an inertia field. This, when we say the PM takes were brought together by some fields, in terms of a maggrav, we've identified 3 fields. But now, if we're going to manifest on this planet in physicality, how many fields do we have to take into account? Well, there's our soul. There's a soul of the body. There's a soul of the cells. There's a soul of the earth, the soul of the earth body. There's the soul of the family of body of man, and the soul of the family of bodies of man. I've lost count. What is that? 7 already? And then we manifest into the physicality, and at that point, we have an inertia. So that's 8. And I think I've missed a whole bunch more. So what do you take into account in terms of your understanding? So that the bottom line is this, that the inertia, which we term as physicality, is only one point of reference, the creation of that inertia, just in that example that I've said, was 7 points of reference. But if we have 8 billion people on this planet, then that's 8 billion more fields of reference. And what about the universal community? Don't you think that they play into this thing as well? So that's an unknown quantity in addition. So our field of reference, what we call the inertia, is only one field of reference, that's our physicality. But the substructure for this field of inertia comes from the soul connection. And so the aggregate of all of these souls becomes the soul of the inertia. And that soul of inertia has a kind. And so there's a Mark kind, there's an Alex kind, there's an Ann kind, there's a human kind, there's a tomato kind. All of these things work together. All this is just a way to educate ourselves on how things work. And when we come to the realization that all these things that are happening, that are part of our education, teaches us the overriding factor is that life is for learning, and life wants to live. So we understand that we have to learn more. And if life wants to live and we want to be part of life, then we want to live as well. We've chosen Earth space as that living place. We could change our mind.
All righty, let's see if someone else would like to bring something to the table. Anyone would like to fill in the space gap?
See, this is a really difficult subject because I can assure you that in my lifetime, I have never asked these questions.
No, I thought inertia was the energy. If you threw a ball, the energy you put in it to throw it was the inertia. And
Right,
then
me
sort
too.
of runs out, almost like a watch where you wind it up and then the spring unwinds and so on and so forth. So, but it's a field actually given off by a matter state entity, as I understand it. So if you're in a position in space and you want to manifest in the physicality and there's nothing there, I don't think you can manifest in the physicality. There's no inertia to interact with, because it would have to come from a matter state
Hallelujah.
entity.
Pardon me while I sing a little bit. You got it, Mark.
You'd have to stay in the energy position. Now, how are these children? He's saying he's going to teach the children how to move their physicality, maybe out of harm's way. But where are they going? I mean, if you're a 6, 8, 10-year-old child, you belong to that family in a way. You're being abused, so you want to remove yourself from that condition. Where do you go, and do you come back, or do they play cat and mouse until the abuser realizes they cannot do that anymore? Almost like putting the hands on the child, but then the child disappears. Then the child comes back. You want to do it again? I'll just disappear again. Is that what's going to happen? Where are they going to go in the meantime? Or just, again, become a shapeshifter, perhaps. They're there, but they're not there. I thought Mr. Keshe said that the soul would be able to move out and take the physicality with it. Rather than shape shifting, you're still there in the room, but you can't be seen, let's say. But this is a beautiful gift because there are so many in this condition that we don't even see, and it's really not highlighted. Yes, we hear about arrests and so on, but there must be millions and millions and millions of people in
So,
this predicament, besides housewives, children, organ the whole lot of it.
so the outstanding part of these ramifications of this new technology are thus. So you know, or you believe, that there are many children in this predicament. You don't have physical proof. So there is something that is causing you to believe that. It's not physical. So that's something that is making that connection is plasmatic. So like we did on Friday, we didn't have a physical contact with the world leaders. We had a plasmatic contact. We made a connection with those who wanted the connection. We made that available to all of them. They didn't want that. Well, the ones we failed to make a connection with are the ones who didn't want that. The souls of the children who are being abused do want that. If we create the soul environment to connect, they will connect, regardless of wherever they are. This is the ramifications of the new technology. He hasn't even announced it publicly. He's just been, shall we say, beating around the bush, with it. But it's been clearly demonstrated, particularly, starting on February the 19th with the proof of concept that we can eliminate world hunger. So we take that demonstration, which shows the transmutation of field strength and the manifestation of the inertia through the soul. And we can extend that soul strength to the inertia of physicality as well, because the inertia of physicality is just another field strength. So you pick your field strength, whichever you want. They're all a field of manifestation, and they're all a manifestation of the fields of inertia. It's just that if it's manifesting into physicality, it's materialization. And if it's going from one physicality to another physicality to transmute, it has to dematerialize into the soul state and then materialize back into the physical state. However, if you look at the Maghreb condition on the cover of book number 1, you find it's a convergence of 3 different energy states, and they all work together in the same field. And that field is a field of inertia. So the individual fields of the principal transition and convergence matter are all part of the soul of inertia. Go ahead, Mark.
No, I was going to say, I think they're going to pick up on this rather quickly because of their strong emotion to not want to be in that particular position.
That's right.
So I think they're going to pick up on this and then maybe spread it around the community or something. I know Mr. Keshe said give them a headphone. I don't know how they're going to find the lens system to be able to connect to it. But again, there's probably many things going on where the soul will just find a way to do that. But because of their strong emotion to want to escape out of that condition, I think it'll happen really quickly.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, you know, we have already the proof of concept because you were born without a headphone. You weren't born with a rocket and you weren't born with a headphone, okay? So let's get that straight.
Do you want to see some baby pictures with the headphone? No. And as he said, did anyone buy a ticket for their dog or cat? Oh, gosh. I don't think anyone did, but we need to make it available to everyone. So somehow it's going to be able to reach right across this planet.
Well, the good thing about let's say the dogs and the cats is they are tuned into our emotion. So they know when we're, shall we say, not feeling well, or they know when something's wrong. And in fact, sometimes they know something's wrong before we know.
Okay, would someone else like to come in? This is not just a conversation between Alex and myself.
It'd be interesting to know, Mark, how many knowledge seekers that were on the call on Friday had their pets with them.
Yeah, it would be. I don't know if anyone did.
Mine were on the desk, and one of them was on my chest he was on my chest for half the time. Other than that, they were both on the desk.
Yeah, interesting. And you had an open mic and no meows. Or was
No
that your
meows.
cat
No,
meow?
that was one meow, and they cut me off, and then I told her to go back to her place and sleep, and then she slept. It was okay.
I know Rick said it would be quite difficult to put a headphone on a cat, but Mr. Keshe said you could put him in a box and put the headphones outside the box. Again, I don't know if anyone actually did that, but yes, we'd have to keep quiet. Go ahead, Gail.
No, I was just laughing because I thought I heard it's almost like an engine noise. So I wondered if the cat was busy purring. You know how they like to purr. That's
Yes,
all.
as he said to Dean, when Dean asked him of all these things we're hearing, is that coming from the system? I think Mr. Keshe said it could be, but he didn't really answer him directly. But apparently the system has a number of chatters going on with it. He said we can, when people come in, sometimes the system will react and put out some sounds. But yes, we do hear a number. Again, it's hard to differentiate whether it's from the system, someone scratching their mic, or again, a cat in the lab somewhere. I know he said there was a cat that comes and visits the laboratory. I was thinking maybe it doesn't live there, but it lives nearby. And I guess the people in the lab do share some of their food with the cat. So I was thinking that was the cat that I heard, but it could have been Randy's as well. No problem. I was just wondering.
Well, if I could add to that, please, and that is that the one meow in 5 hours, that's pretty good. So the whole experience was pleasurable. The cats interpreted it that way. If it wasn't pleasurable, you can rest assured that they would be agitated and upset. So, you know, I mean, if you need more confirmation, I mean, I'm just saying, all of us, no doubt, were hitting some point of peace and serenity as a result of our trip. But the pets would have symbiotically been affected, and that's an important point. They are not generally in the business of lying. They are pretty blunt with their emotions.
I see Dean has his mic open.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Good evening to you all. Alex, thank you for a wonderful teaching again. So my question to you would be, Alex, I don't know what you experienced. However, there were many noises. And one thing I would like to say, when we contacted the world leaders, there were two that came very specifically to mind and another one. And for whatever reason, I went to their souls, and I noticed one of them was in the news almost immediately, where something happened with a watch on his wrist, and I knew that that soul had been touched. The other one that I spoke to, there was some implication with one of the other ones in the news as well, but the other one, which was with the Canadian leader, not had anything from that side yet. So, but I know that there definitely something happened somewhere along the lines with these souls. And then obviously I contacted kings and other people that I felt needed this. So as a group and individually as well. And I sensed that I know there was some interactions there, most definitely. I've sensed that straight away, and I myself, I explained this afterwards in the meeting that I experienced going through that sort of took a long time this time, but however, once I settled into it, I went through that transmutation sort of feeling again, where I had a certain coldness. This was in different places in my body this time. It wasn't in the same place. However, I knew I went through that phase of expanding the soul out to my understanding, and then being in that sort of soul position. And then I explained that I went through another transitional period where it felt like I come back to the soul of physicality. And then I saw this bright white light that sort of went from the right side of my conscious, soul vision across to the left, high up in the left. And then it was like a torch that was pointed directly at you with a very white, brilliant light in the middle, and then it slightly expanded out, radiated out, and that moved around and then went off screen as such and just disappeared. So that's when I presumed I'd come back to the soul of physicality. It was interacting on that level. So I think there was a definite. It's like the three chairs. It was the physical, the physicality, listening to all the noises and understanding what was going on and being very busy with the body, and then gradually going off into another condition, and then experiencing this expansion of the soul, going through the phases of when you're in that position, and then gently or not gently coming back, and then being in the soul of physicality again, experiencing something else. So there were a few interactions there, and I know it was a very. There were moments of when you expand the soul, and obviously it was in. We were speaking with the Universal Council and all the other souls that are present, and I sensed that was a very beautiful. That was a completely different sensation. It was. When we did this, first of all, it was that was just pure essence and love, and just another state altogether. And then when Mr. Keshe asked a question about would the world leaders, asked them what they would want, what would be their questions back to you, and the moment he said that, it's almost like I got this tremendous force, this interaction of pain on my back, and it was like that, and I understood this because I'd just been through like another session with some healers that were using their words and terminology, but we're healing without them even knowing, I think, or maybe they do know, on a soul level. And I was having personal experiences where I was there were things in my past that I was holding on to, which was through my lineage and my family, of certain manifestations of their passing, and the grief that was involved, and all the other things that you hang on to that you're not even aware of, and you sort of, well, I have sort of packaged them away and sort of put them in a box and sort of like, well, don't want to look at that. But then I suddenly found I had to walk through that door. So I experienced that, and I found it was very painful on my back. So then in the very next instance, almost within 2 days, to go into this experience, and then the question was asked about the world leaders and what they would expect, and then it was the same feeling, and even much more intense though. And so I knew from my understanding of what I've been spoken with others about, that this was a direct correspondence to souls going back generations, or souls that have been present in a certain moment, to my understanding. So it was a very interesting, my experience, my experience in that meeting. It was different. So there's some experiences for you.
And the room's going to be open, he said, at intermittent times for us to continue to connect with the world leaders. I don't know if you heard that.
I did, Mark.
Yes.
I did try to go in today. It wasn't open today, so I will. We'll see. I think I will try, and when the moment's right, as we know, the soul will lead us, guide us there, and we'll be there. And I do sense. I've always sensed that it's part of my structure, and I feel the same. This wanting to help and create a balanced condition for all the souls in physicality, and I'm not so much in non-physicality, because I know that that's all a condition that's already balanced, but in the physical form, that there's many things that need to be readdressed. And so I have a great sense of wanting to be present with the world leaders, or anybody. For me, world leaders is a title, is a name. As we all know,
You're just as equal. Yes,
we're just as equal. So all I'm doing is contacting another soul. It's no different to me contacting any soul. So yes, those particular souls that have claim to be in the matter state, yeah, it's very easy to contact them and to give them unconditional love. So this is where what Mr. Keshe is speaking about, when we can, somebody that to our understanding and to our expression and experiences, are creating a lot of conditions that are making others suffer. However, when you can go to that soul, the one that is doing this, and give unconditionally, on a level that is overwhelming, where you literally open yourself up to them for them to experience, the love of the soul, and then when that touches their soul, which it does, which it will, then you become that. You give them the energy they require, and then the soul of their physicality will start to become more peaceful and more balanced. And one thing I have noticed, that many people that are when I see people, when I experience people that maybe need an elevation, if I've sensed that I can help them, or they, I feel that they've asked me to, or whatever, the ones that are very aggressive, the ones that have caused a lot of the problems, whenever I've done it to those sort of people, some of them have always been the easiest to actually contact, because they have such a field strength of a condition that's so far away from being peaceful, that it's it's a bit like the plasma. When you first play with the plasma and you first make your systems, there's a lot of interaction for many people, and it's very big. But when you've been in the fields long enough and you've experienced it enough, then it starts to be less, because you don't need it. So in this first instance, when you contact people that have not experienced the plasmatic condition themselves, that at a certain state, then it touches them very quickly and very deeply. And I think with a concentration of the souls present, with the many beautiful souls that were there, with you guys and Universal Council, which the souls are just unbelievably beautiful. giving to these souls that need this energy. I think this balance condition and this energy transfer, this emotional balance that comes back into the physicality will happen very quickly. And in fact, I know it has, because as I explained, I've experienced this many times before even these flight systems were set up, where I spoke to other souls that were present in certain personalities that were, people would say that they were celebrities or something. They were in the news, but for me they were just a soul, and so I just contacted them, gave to them an elevation, and I noticed changes within them, within the structure of how it was reported in all sorts of things. So we all have this ability to tap in when you start to interact, and this ability of what Mr. Keshe has given us as a group soul, becoming one soul, is showing that that direct connection to the creation is once you tap in, it's a one-way street. It's it's very easy to be on that superconductive highway. Anyway, that's my thoughts, Mark, Alex. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I know we're just about at midnight or just a minute after, at least in the European side of things. Would someone else like to raise a point or make a comment, ask a question? That's what we're here for. And yes, I think President Xi has signed the peace treaty with the pen in his soul, and perhaps has physically signed it as well. And this will carry a lot of weight and a lot of influences through the BRICS countries, let's say, I think, once it's revealed. And of course, he'll have the ability to make peace with this new technology being offered. This is another gift in a way. But just as we saw with Giovanni working with Naomi rather than Mr. Keshe doing it, I think we're seeing a very similar thing here, where Mr. Keshe is sort of in the background, but he's giving the Chinese government, and again, they put it, it was a memorandum of understanding that they put in something about it's not in their constitution, but the memorandum of understanding, something like that. So he's letting President Xi, who's peaceful, he said many years ago, he said he's a very peaceful man. So this is beautiful that now it's come back around. I know he was, Mr. Keshe was a bit upset that the Chinese didn't share, but apparently it wasn't the right time. And now it's coming full circle. And I think they're ready to move. That was the answer that I got, Dean, was we are ready. When the world leaders were saying what they wanted to communicate to us, that they were ready. And I asked specifically, I said, ready for what? And they said to move. And immediately I went to the part of the video in the beginning of my soul took me there to the beginning of the video on formation of the Universal Council, where he said Mr. Keshe said it's time for change to move into the real work of the universe. So I felt very satisfied at that point that the work we did was very positive.
Yeah, Mark, thank you. I think we all sense that, and I think all the souls that are present within this first initial processed batch of souls coming forward are going to create a beauty, an elevation for the certain souls that require. However, can you imagine how this will, once this is realized by more people, more souls, that when many more souls start to come into these meetings, and there will be many beautiful souls that we won't, I don't know of as such. However, their soul will guide them forward, and they will come in, and they may have even more beauty than we possess, and be able to make very big changes very quickly. And we always know that it's the most humblest people. So when it's opened up, where you start interacting with people that have not even had an internet connection, people that and animals and plants and animals that have a different aspect. However, if they are spoken to on a level that they understand and can interact with us, and we can bring their soul forward, then I think that this is going to expand out astronomically. It's going to be just quite incredible, and it will be such a beautiful interaction, so incredibly wondrous that it will take all our breath away.
Yes, imagine if
Thank you, Mark.
President Xi said to his citizens that he signed the World Peace Treaty, and he's not forcing them, but he would encourage them to sign, and then we'd have the physicality and the soul working together. I think the changes will speed up at that point, because we'll have so much energy. Even though the souls are working together, there'll be some other point that comes into play here, that we start to focus on individual matters or individual countries or leaders, maybe stubborn ones, and we'll provide, or that elevation will be given through our souls for them to move their position, or the soul to move the physicality's position, which is usually the case, I believe. And again, we think we're here, our physicality brought us here, but Mr. Keshe says, no, it's your souls who brought you here.
There was a question I would like to say. When Alex was speaking earlier, there was a few questions I didn't raise, but I should have. Was that if a soul can go into a plasmatic condition, so it's in a plasmatic condition, and it can go to another position and re-manifest itself. And we know that a soul can take different shapes, and we're all part of the same. So all of us have a part of this within us. So who's to say that Mark couldn't go to President Xi and on a soul level, and if President Xi's soul accepts, then Mark becomes part of President Xi, and then interacts on that level, and vice versa with all of us, and many different beings. So this interaction makes me understand how souls re-manifest themselves in different positions, and each one of us has a very specific look. However, Mr. Keshe said in the past that there will be a time when we can re-manifest, any color skin, anything. So we can all share souls and enjoy the ride, and start to interact on that level. I'm sure the universal souls already know this, and I'm just catching up.
We all are. We're being bottle
We all
fed
are.
at this time.
Yeah. So there's my thoughts. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Dean.
Thank you, Alex, for wonderful teaching.
Yes, thank you, Alex. Anyone else want to open up?
Thanks very much, Dean.
Yes. Okay.
Mark, can I just take this opportunity to thank
Please.
everyone for allowing me to present? It's such an honor to be here, and I'm really grateful because, as I've said, it helps me tremendously, and so this type of teaching, I've gone into an area that is quite novel, and I'm trying to kind of set a path that's kind of easier to follow, but I don't really have a set path to follow myself, so it has to come from another source. And so what I was trying to do with these classes is to formalize the understanding of the inner space, because that is a much better guide, than anything I have. Whatever I've had physically has not been anywhere near as productive, and I would not have been able to do this. So I thank you all for that opportunity, and I hope it's helping you in the same way, without any judgment on how much. It's just it we're touching on different points to open up all of these fields. So that's the initiative. So thanks again, everybody.
Thank you very much, Alex, for supporting the whole knowledge, the foundation, the knowledge seekers, and so on. Yes, Lisbeth.
Hello, Mark, and hello,
Hello.
everybody. Thank you, for Universal Council for all people, all souls, and daily and the last Friday unifying with us for elevate all the governors, not only the governors, but principally the governors and militaries and journalists and whatever it is, because it's right time for change the world. It's right time for peace and justice. Thank you so much, and invite again, unified daily at 9 p.m. Central Time for elevate the all souls. Thank you, and thank you, Alex and Mark, and even anybody come today and always Sunday and all workshops. And invite to next Tuesday, because have many testimonies from the last Friday event. Thank you.
Thank you for your fine work. Mark, are you talking to yourself again?
Yes, I was looking at the elevation of the world leaders for peace, and I was trying to say this addiction awareness is coming up on the 23rd of April. And again, we think of addiction, drugs, gambling, sex, and so on. But as Mr. Keshe said, food is an addiction. And we've been killing in the name of rice, wheat, lamb, fish, kebabs, whatever you have. So this has to be moved out of the man completely. And I think he's actually going to take us to this next step of existing without the matter state food. Again, it might be a gradual process that we're going to move into, but as he said, if you go into that feeding room every day or twice a day or whenever it's open, I think they could put the biggest plate of food in front of you and you'd have no desire to eat it. And this is just my experience, or what I experienced that first Sunday that we were in the system. So again, addiction awareness, he's asking everybody to take part. It's not only, again, the usuals that we think of, but he talked about bullying and many other loose harvesting, which Alex likes to bring up many times. So again, it's from food to gambling to sex to drugs and the rest of it. It appears that we need to move away from this addiction to, especially this addiction to killing and war on the other creatures on this planet, not only among ourselves. So I just thought I'd bring that up. I think everybody here is fully aware of that. Anyone want to make any comments? Okay. Tuesday, the public session, One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace will be happening. A Wednesday this week in the public room, again, will be the Plasma Reactor Group. Thursday, the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. I don't want to put a time because sometimes the time changes, but again, in the public room. And then, of course, the Brazilian team, and they're doing the elevation, as Lisbeth just said, it's 9 p.m. every day, but they're doing it specifically on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. CEST and 1 a.m., I believe it is, for daily intentions. And thank you, Jefferson, for triggering that response by Mr. Keshe. I think it's gone out to all the souls that this has to stop. And I know I've felt that way for a long time. We promoted a book years and years ago called The Franklin Cover-Up, and that's when I really became aware of this sort of international operation. And it's huge, and it's very dark, and it's very deep. And that's why most people tend to seem to stay away from it. But I think Mr. Keshe is going to be tackling this head on, and we'll see. Again, we're not going after the perpetrators so much, but we're allowing the children to remove themselves from the situation. The same with the religions. We're not closing any religions. The people will just understand more, and they walk away on their own. And of course, taking off the frocks would help too, explaining to their followers what is actually going on here. So thank you all for joining. I will play the flight system that Marius has connected. This is probably something similar to what the Chinese will be taking to the moon. I foresee the flight system going to the moon and then building structures out of fields. And then, of course, the physicality will be there. We're going to accommodate both. So there's no question in my mind now that it won't only be soul travelers, although that is the, I don't want to say preferred way, but that's the way the creator moves. And the UFOs will still be available. And I think the nations will cooperate and collaborate in building such a space program for the matter state until people take the next step, let's say. But we may find it very interesting in both, although I think the matter state is more precarious. There's many more things to go wrong with system failures and so on. Maybe not on the short flight to the moon, but as you go deeper and deeper out there, I don't think the matter state travel will probably be viable. But anyway, we'll have to see. But it's all beautiful, heading in the right direction, and I know all the souls here are wishing for peace, and thank you for bringing the change. Anyone else have anything, or I will just play the Marius's flight system, which commemorates the anniversary of our first flight to the moon. And I think Gallup is here. Yes, he is. He's our Neil Armstrong, as I understand it. Thank you, Gallup. Okay, I'm not hearing anyone. So we'll go ahead and play the flight system. Thank you all for joining, and we'll continue next week.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.